There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Thank you. Please be seated. Before I ask the Secretary to read the order of the day, just in case you were wondering whether we were ever going to come in, to share with you the ride we had up to the 5th floor, courtesy of the parliamentary lift, and then when it was coming back, it was stopping at every floor. So our apologies. The Secretary will read the order of the day.
Debate on the President's State of the Nation address.
Honorable Speaker,
What point are you rising on, Honorable Deputy Minister?
Honorable Speaker, please indulge me. I want to rise on a substantive point of order.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Honorable Speaker, during the opening of Parliament on the 11th of February, last week Thursday, there's a political incident that happened in the House, which is that there are members of the House who displayed in the full glare of those who were in the chamber and those who were watching at home, contempt for the national anthem. Now,
On a point
Speaker,
of order, Speaker. On a point
Speaker.
of order. He's not citing which rule is he speaking on. He must rise on the rule.
He cited the point of order, and I'm still listening, Honorable Makwetla.
Thank you, Speaker. Chapter 1 of the Constitution, under the founding provisions, Section 4 decrees the national anthem. When members of Parliament take office, there is an oath that they are sworn to. And the oath involves members carrying
Order.
the responsibility.
Order, honorable members. Allow the honorable member to finish. Just finish, Honorable Deputy Minister.
When we take office, we are sworn in to uphold the Constitution. And upholding the Constitution, Madam Speaker, also involves upholding all the symbols of the Republic. It is my submission that it is an obligation of honorable members to at all times uphold the laws and the Constitution of the country. But because the incident took place in a joint sitting, Madam Speaker, my recommendation is that this matter be referred to the structures in both houses of Parliament where the members belong, for the matter to be addressed there. But I don't think it's an incident that should be left unattended to, because we'll be setting a precedent.
Thank you, Honorable Makwetla.
The next point.
Honorable Makwetla, can we finish on this one? If you can just take your seat. I would like you, Honorable Member, to put that point in writing and submit it so that it can be fully considered, especially because you raise it in the context of constitutional ramifications.
Thank you for the advice, Honorable Speaker. I shall do so. The second point of order that I want to rise on, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Speaker.
Speaker,
Honorable member, I'm listening to a point of order, and I would like you.
Honorable Speaker, can you please
I will
listen to this
recognize you,
urgent
but
point of order?
I am dealing with a point of order, and I would like you to take your
the urgency
seat.
of this point of order, I'm raising on the person who's speaking now.
No, Honorable Shibambu. Allow me to come to you.
Okay.
Allow me to arrive at the point when I come to you, but allow the Deputy Minister to finish what he is raising. Proceed, Honorable
The
Makwetla.
second point of order, Madam Speaker, relates to what is just happening now, which is that one of the very basic rules of this House is that in order for the business of the House to proceed smoothly, when the presiding officer calls a member to order, the member shall resume their seat, and the presiding officer will address a member, and only after the presiding officer has finished addressing a member, then a member can rise to continue with the point that he was making. Now, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Makwetla, I've heard you.
Honorable Speaker, in the sitting last week, there was what was almost a mockery in this House, where the presiding officer was busy reading out to the House what she wanted us to take note of, and at the same time, there was a member who was on the microphone who continued talking simultaneously with the Speaker. Now, of course, this never used to happen before. The point that I want to raise, Madam Speaker, is this. The presiding officers have switch off buttons there at their disposal. I want to know, at what point are those buttons used against members who show
You are
total
asking a
disdain?
question. We have heard your question. Please take your seat now. Honorable Makwetla.
Honorable Speaker.
There's one more point. The third point that I want to raise on, Madam Speaker. There's a third point.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members, we should learn
That
to be
point, Madam Speaker.
patient. We should learn to be patient with one another. I said I am coming to Honorable Shibambu.13 what I said. And I will indeed come to him.
My last
Honorable Makwetla, please wrap up.
It's my last point of order, with due respect, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is convention in all gatherings and meetings that speakers will always enjoy the protection of the chair in a meeting. Now, I want to ask the question, Madam Speaker. The laissez-faire attitude of the presiding officers not to protect us, what does it expect us to do? Because if we are not protected by the speakers or the presiding officers when we are on the floor, Honorable Speaker, I was making the point that if we are not protected by the presiding officers when we are on the floor,
Honorable Makwetla, this is no longer a point of order. It's now you throwing questions at the chair.
No.
I'd like to recognize, please take a seat, Honorable Makwetla, and I recognize Honorable Shibambu.
Madam Speaker, just before I sit down, let me make the point that
Can I
Honorable Makwetla, you are now just venting.
I demand respect from Tabang Makwetla. I must sit down. Now, Speaker, the traditions of this House is that if there's a violation of a rule, you immediately stand up to raise a point of order. It is not tradition of this House that when a point of order or a violation happened 2 weeks ago, you come here and try to be relevant like Tabang Makwetla is trying to be relevant. and raise his point of order, which are not
Honorable
in
Shibambu,
context.
you are also
So
not
the point-
raising a point of
No,
order.
I'm dealing with the issue which
No, Honorable
you
Shibambu.
allowed Tabang Makotla to speak for such a long time.
No,
And the
Honorable
second
Shibambu,
component,
he raised
number
a point
two,
which the
I still
presiding
have got three
officers
issues to raise
are
like he
going to
did.
go and look into. He then later raised other issues which I have
You allowed
addressed
him.
myself to.
Let's deal with those issues before we proceed.
No, we will not deal with those issues
Before we
because they are
proceed-
not on the agenda.
Points of orders are raised immediately.
Honorable
There's a
Shibambu.
violation. It's not allowed that you must leave it until the next meeting. So even
Honorable
the written letter
Shibambu.
which is going to give
Honorable
is going to
Shibambu.
be relevant because it's not part of this particular process.
Take your seat. Honorable members, I would now like to call on the secretary to read the order of the day. The secretary advises me that the order has been read. Honorable members, I have received a copy of the President's address delivered at the joint sitting on the 11th of February 2016. The speech has been printed in the minutes of the joint sitting. Honorable members, before we proceed with the business of the day, we confirm that the sittings on the debate on the State of the Nation address take place in terms of the 6th edition of the joint rules, together with the joint rules adopted by the Joint Rules Committee on the 11th November 2015, and subsequently by the Houses on 26 November. Further, we wish to bring the following to the specific attention of members. In terms of Joint Rules 13 and 14U, members may only speak if recognized by the presiding officer. Speaking without being recognized is an abuse of privilege of freedom of speech. Joint Rule 14E provides that whenever the presiding officer addresses members during a debate, any member then speaking or seeking to speak shall resume his or her seat, and the presiding officer shall be heard without interruption. In terms of Joint Rule 14C, no member may interrupt another member while speaking, except to call attention to a point of order or a question of privilege. We have emphasized in the past that a point of order or question of privilege is only allowed if it calls attention to a transgression of a joint rule or an acceptable parliamentary practice or privilege. Freedom of speech is one of the privileges that members enjoy in the exercise of their constitutional obligation to represent their constituencies. This privilege is subject to the rules and orders. Honorable members, privileges are provided for in the Constitution and powers, privileges and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act. Spurious points of order are an abuse of the rules and privileges of freedom of speech. Improperly interfering with or impeding the exercise or performance by Parliament of its authority or function constitutes a breach of privilege. Other breaches include improper interference with the performance by a member of his or her functions as a member, or threatening or obstructing a member proceeding to or going from a meeting of parliament or a house or a committee. We do this, honorable members, as an attempt to ensure that the debates take place in a manner consistent with the decorum of the House and to avoid the acrimony that unfortunately tends to characterize our proceedings lately. I now call upon the Honorable Minister of Trade and Industry, Honorable Davis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. President, in your State of the Nation address, you did not seek to hide the fact that South Africa will face very serious economic challenges in the year that lies ahead. We will continue this year to be battered by an unresolved global economic crisis that has taken on new features that threaten to strike economies like ours right in our soft underbellies. Demand for mineral commodities has slumped, with consequent sharp falls in the dollar prices of almost all mineral commodities. With 36% of our total exports consisting of precious stones and metals, ores and iron and steel, we have been and will continue to be seriously affected. The price of gold in January this year was 1/3 down on the corresponding level of 2013. Platinum was 40% down, and iron ore at $42 a ton was only 1/3 of the $135 it was in early 2013. While these effects are partly being mitigated by the devaluation of the rand, they have had and will continue to have very serious dampening effects on our economy. On top of that, we are facing this year an El Nino, which is associated in Southern Africa with drought. What is more, this particular El Nino this year, the World Bank says, quote, may be the strongest since detailed data have been available. I make these points because I suspect that a number of speakers who follow me will attempt to portray our economic challenges as emanating solely or mainly from actual or alleged errors by this government. The fact is, however, that all mineral commodity exporting countries, developed or developing, have been and continue to be affected. Canada has just emerged from recession. Australia is experiencing its most depressed conditions since the 1960s, and as you pointed out in your SONA, Brazil and Russia are forecast by the IMF to be in recession this year. Many African mineral exporting countries, including oil producers, are also facing tough times. An appreciation of these realities is also important to underscore the point that anyone who tells us that they have a quick fix capable of delivering high rates of economic growth or dramatically curtailing unemployment in the immediate future is misleading our people. They are the equivalent of snake oil salespeople offering a quack remedy that doesn't work. But President, you told us in the SONA that ours is not to lament the global conditions, nor is it to offer these as excuses for not doing what we can do better to weather the storms ahead. You said, and I quote, we cannot change the global conditions, but we can do a lot to change the local conditions, unquote. The circumstances not of our making that we are confronting right now require at least 4 kinds of responses from us. First, we need to make inescapable but often painful adjustments to maintain a stance of fiscal prudence. The President gave something of the flavor of these in the SONA, and this will be further elaborated on in the budget speech by the Finance Minister next week. Secondly, we need to correct mistakes and make improvements in our performance in a number of areas. A good example of what we've done in this regard is in the energy sphere. This time last year, we were in the midst of load shedding. Through improvements in the performance of Eskom and the bringing into force of alternative sources of energy including renewables, supported by one of the internationally recognized best programs, the Renewable Energy IPP, we have achieved greater stability, even though we are not yet out of the woods. Thirdly, we will need to act to mitigate the effects of these challenges in vulnerable sectors, including mining and agriculture, and particularly the impact that they will have on workers and families dependent for their livelihoods on those sectors. Fourthly, we will need to identify available sources of growth and job creation and to build on these. Mr. President, a number of analysts and commentators who look at South Africa point out that while we are confronting the challenges of the sort I've outlined, South Africa actually has a number of strengths and achievements that we can build on. The Oxford Business Group, for example, when they launched their report earlier this year, were reported as saying South Africa faces many of the same global challenges as other developing markets, including lower commodity prices and the risk of rising interest rates, but this country has reason to be upbeat. They said our take on South Africa is that long-term the country's fundamentals are very encouraging and there is a lot in South Africa's favor, but right now is a tricky time. Two examples of things they said we can build on were the Renewable Energy Program and the Automotive Production and Development Program, which have created certainty in the automotive sector. The report went on to say, and I think this is quite significant, that the pessimism of local business in the country is not necessarily shared by those outside. And I think this is telling us something, that what we need to do as South Africa is to find ourselves the opportunities that we have and to build on those. In other words, we have strengths, we have capacities that we can build on. Since the start of this administration, we have followed, in pursuit of the objectives of the National Development Plan, a program that can be characterized in 6 I's: infrastructure, industrialization, investment, innovation, inclusion, and integration. Advances that we have made in all of these areas give us significant building blocks in our attempts to promote higher levels of inclusive economic growth. For example, Mr. President, with the onset of the global economic crisis, we launched a much higher impact infrastructure program, which has been given more effect by the establishment of the Presidential Infrastructure Coordination Commission, and an infrastructure program which delivered in the last term of government double the amount that was actually spent on infrastructure at any time in this country's history. The 9-point plan, which was enunciated in last year's SONA and which was reaffirmed this year, identifies priority actions to unlock bottlenecks and address weaknesses, as well as to build on strengths which we have. In the time that's left to me, I want to speak on just 3 elements or components of the 9-point plan: a higher impact industrial policy action plan, minerals beneficiation, and investment. The premise that underpinned the industrial policy action plan was that even in the best of times, when high rents were being earned from record mineral commodity prices, being located in the global division of labor as a producer and exporter of primary products and importer of finished goods was not the best place to be located. Most of the value, most of the jobs in global value chains are to be found in value-added productive activities and associated high-quality services. Moving up the value chain, industrializing and diversifying was identified even in the good times as a path that not just South Africa, but the entire African continent needed to follow. Now that we're being challenged and we are no longer in the best of times, as far as commodity prices are concerned, moving in this direction has become even more imperative. We can acknowledge that the macro statistics for manufacturing performance remain erratic. But in the third quarter of last year, manufacturing delivered 6% growth quarter on quarter and was responsible for saving our economy from 2 quarters of negative growth. But this kind of performance is not sustained across the sector as a whole. The reality is that the fortunes of important manufacturing subsectors are closely tied to those of mining. Others, such as the iron and steel value chain, are facing additional problems, such as the global glut of steel, which have created challenges that I can say government is working on, and we are close to finalising an agreement with the sector on this. But within the mixed picture, there are some quite significant successes. In clothing and textiles, this sector was in terminal decline. But what we did was we took steps based on the Clothing and Textile Competitiveness Program, such that between 2010 and March 2015, we supported 3.7 billion rands worth of competitiveness raising initiatives in the sector. As a result, 68,000 jobs in this sector have been retained and 6,900 new jobs were created. 22 new factories in the leather and footwear sector have been opened. The sector has been successfully stabilized and is steadily regaining its domestic market share and beginning to grow exports. A sign of this is that retailers, such as Foschini, have been happy to invest in productive clothing companies in this country because they realize that there's value to be had. 4 vertical clusters have been established involving successful value chains, and textile companies and apparel manufacturers are poised to move further ahead as time goes on. The automotive sector. We have seen in the past 5 years 25 billion rand of investment by automotive companies. Last year, following the successful review of the Automotive Production and Development Program and indications of early work on its successor program, BMW announced what was at the time the largest single investment in the automotive sector, 6 billion rand. They were followed within a few weeks by an announcement by BAW, Beijing Auto Works, of 12 billion rand of investment. The trend is continuing. Last week, the Mercedes-Benz announced that new truck products would be manufactured at its East London plant. And I can assure this House that there are further investments that will be announced in the auto sector in the weeks that lie ahead. In addition to manufacturing passenger vehicles, we are now also manufacturing public transport vehicles in this country. Minibus taxis, which in 2007 were wholly imported, are now increasingly being manufactured in South Africa. As late as the FIFA World Cup, all of the buses that were procured to transport passengers for that event were fully imported. Now, all the buses that are being procured for the bus rapid transit systems are having their bodies manufactured in this country. In the case of infrastructure-driven industrialization, we have seen significant investments by companies that have come to South Africa, invested in this country to manufacture railway equipment. General Electric, for example, announced a 700 million rand investment to create railway equipment in this country. And so successful has our program been that the African Union has decided that South Africa should become the rail production hub for the African continent. In the oceans economy, numbers of things have happened, but one of them has included shipbuilding. We have got shipbuilding announcements by a number of companies. Well, let me tell you, the South African shipyards won a tender of 1.5 billion to build 9 tugboats for the Transnet National Port Authorities. This will create jobs for 600 people. directly, and a further 3,000 jobs will be created by other subcontractors. In agro-processing, we have supported and facilitated a number of projects. They have included facilitating an agreement between Nestlé and chicory growers in the Eastern Cape to procure chicory from local production sources. That agreement was signed in the Ndlambi municipality last year, and I'm pleased to be able to report that as a result of this, local chicory production is replacing the imports that were there before. International companies in the fast-moving consumer goods sector, such as Unilever and Procter & Gamble, have seen that there are markets for their products, not just in South Africa, but in the rest of the continent, and that South Africa is well placed for them to support our manufacturing activities here. In the television manufacturing sector, companies like Samsung and Hisense have invested in this country. Hisense made exports valued at $6 million in 2014, and the value in 2015 has risen to 20 million. They are targeting exports with a total value of $200 million in 5 years' time, with localization and supply development operations announced by the company. The film program. Since 2004, the rebate program which we've been running as government has supported 583 productions. 336 of these are South African, 86 of them are co-productions, but also they have included attracting major international film studios. One of the Oscar nominees this year is for a film that was made in South Africa with location scenes in our neighboring country, Namibia. And right now, this week, the final filming of one of the largest and most ambitious TV series is concluding here in Cape Town. These productions are employing local crews, supporting local companies, as well as investing in this country and paying taxes. For an incentive amount of 3.3 billion over this period, we have actually brought into this economy value of 15.2 billion rand. I could give similar stories in other sectors. What I want to just say, though, is that all of these successes have been the product of not just incentives which we have provided by government, but by the policy framework which we have put in place, including the developmental stance we have taken on tariff setting, the work which we have done on standards to defend our borders against influxes of substandard products. They have been the product of the designations that we have made, which have supported localization, and other support measures which have been tailored to the needs of particular subsectors.
Speaker.
We will introduce.
What point are you raising on, Honorable Ndlozi? Honorable
Thanks,
Minister, do you want to take a seat, please?
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. Respectfully, I wanted to check if Honorable Davis would be willing to take a question.
Do you want to take a question,
No, I
Honorable
won't,
Minister?
I'm afraid. I won't. You can come to the
You
Portfolio
just
Committee.
6,000 jobs.
You can come to the
out of
Portfolio
8 million
Committee
people that
and you
need
can
He's
jobs.
ask
not
a
taking
question
a
there.
question, Honorable
And we are
Member.
celebrating that.
Honorable Ndlozi is not taking a question. Please.
Yeah. Well, I said he
let
can come.
him
I
finish
said he
his
can come
speech.
to the Portfolio Committee, but then I saw a report that your party doesn't attend the Portfolio Committee meetings. So maybe you could ask me in the corridor.
On a point of order, Speaker.
What's the point of order, Honorable Shibambu?
The minister is deliberately misleading the House. I sit in trading industry. I don't miss meetings. I go to oversight visits. I make inputs. I make submissions every day on a proper industrial policy than what is saying and waffling about here. So you must not mislead the House about non-attendance because we're always there. He's celebrating mediocre jobs.
Honorable
He can't even mention some
Shibambu,
of them because he does not know
we've
what he's
heard
talking
your
about.
answer to his information. I think you can now safely take your seat, and Honorable Minister, can you correct that?
Well, I'll show them the NGO report afterwards that I'm basing my remarks on. The Honourable Shivambu, I know, does come to the Portfolio Committee. Let me acknowledge that.
So the record has been straightened. Proceed, Honorable Minister.
Well, let me say that we will, in the course of this year, we will be introducing, as we have been, a new industrial policy action plan, which will cover the actions of this year. One of the new features will be that we will be introducing gas industrialization, but we will also be focusing...
Order, there's a hand. Is that a point of order, Honorable Singh?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Point of privilege.
What is the point of privilege which you have not alerted us on ahead of time?
The Honourable Minister has referred to an NGO report as his source for the attendance of meetings. That report is completely inaccurate. So I'd like the Minister to know that, and we are bringing it to the attention of Parliament at an appropriate forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Singh. Honourable Minister. Okay, let me not fight over an NGO report that I saw. Let me not fight. Let me get on to the real issues. What I wanted to say is that in addition to new areas like gas industrialization, we're also going to be focusing on labour-intensive sectors, taking forward the work on the clothing and textile sector, on agro-processing, and so on. The higher level of localization that we have achieved has been achieved in the sense that we now have firms that would have supplied us with imports that are now coming into South Africa, investing and producing here. But we are not at a point in localization where we have sufficient local companies, particularly companies that are owned by the majority of this country's population, who are driving industrialization. It's for that reason that we have launched a targeted black industrialist program. When the President mentioned this in the SONA the other day, I heard mumbles from members on this side to the effect that this was more looting by politically connected cronies. Absolutely not. The definition of who's eligible to be on the program is tight. You will have to be in a company that is actually involved in manufacturing. That company will have to be majority owned or controlled by black people. Those black people will have to be directly involved themselves and taking risk. The Black Industrialist Funding Forum that will be created will be attended exclusively by officials responsible for funding decisions from participating development finance institutions that will also be responsible for the final decisions on funding. They will also provide non-financial support as well as identify potential access to public and private procurement opportunities. I'm happy to indicate that we already have pledges of over 30 billion rand from institutions like the Land Bank, the Industrial Development Corporation, the Small Enterprise Finance Agency, the Development Bank of Southern Africa, and some provincial organizations like the KZN Growth Fund. We have already received applications, and I'm pleased to be able to say that the Funding Forum will hold its first meeting next month. On mineral beneficiation, we have moved from saying we need to do this to actual action. We are working in a number of priority areas. They include platinum group metals, titanium, iron and steel, where there are very significant challenges, polymers, and mining equipment. On platinum group metals, South Africa participates already in jewelry manufacturing and auto catalysts. But the frontier industry in this sector is in fuel cells. If you find that your existing customers are demanding less for your product and paying you less, it's prudent, since we have 77% of the world's platinum, to find new uses for this. As a consequence, government has already spent more than 600 million rand on the development of new platinum industries, the largest part through the creation of the company Hydrogen South Africa, supported by the Department of Science and Technology. The DTI is also involved. Last week, I participated in the announcement by Osondo Precious Metals of a support program which will enable the manufacturing of the equipment to take place in South Africa. Some operations will start in the industrial development zone around OR Tambo International Airport, revitalizing that long declared but moribund special economic zone. But we've also said that before this year is out, we will proclaim a dedicated Platinum Valley Special Economic Zone in the Northwest Province. Also this year, we anticipate a metallurgical and trading special economic zone will be established in Musina in Limpopo. On investment, we have sought to improve our investment facilitation. We have established Invest South Africa as a one-stop shop. This is a one-stop shop which now will include under it an intergovernmental clearinghouse of all the various agencies that are involved in taking regulatory decisions that could affect investment. And this will be overseen by an interministerial committee which is chaired by the President. Mr. President, honourable members, clearly we need to do more and we need to do it better. This will be achieved by engaging stakeholders, business, labour and our communities, and engaging them better and more effectively than we've done up to now. As we do this, we will seek to unite our people around a more positive narrative on this economy, which actually, as I pointed out earlier, many people outside this country have already to a greater extent than some of us have in this country. This will be a narrative that recognizes that we have challenges, that recognizes and frankly admits that we have those challenges, but also recognizes, celebrates and showcases our successes and our capabilities. This is the path that successful economies have followed, and it is that path that this ANC government is committing to travelling with our people as we confront the challenges that lie ahead.
I'm very sorry, Honorable Davis. Speaker,
Order. What's the point, Honorable?
the police
Rosie?
minister is sleeping in Parliament.
Honorable member, that's not a point of order.
No,
please.
it is. I'm disturbed.
No,
We pay
Honorable-
this guy. I don't even think he's a member of Parliament. He comes and sleeps.
Honorable Rosie, please take your seat now.
But can you call order, Honorable Speaker? Surely we
Take your
can't come to
seats.
work to sleep on the people's time.
Take your seat,
Don't
Honorable
sleep,
Rosie.
Chief. Take us serious.
Please. Please finish up, Honorable Minister.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. I've less than a minute to go, so I think everybody can wake up. We can throw stones at each other, and no doubt many will be thrown in this debate. Where criticisms are warranted, we need to respond to these and to do better. But we can't be distracted by grandstanding and histrionics too often, as we too often see in this chamber. The economic issues are just too important to the people of this country to allow them to be used as political footballs in agendas of people that really don't have any answers to the substantive challenges faced by our people. We have serious work to do, and this ANC government is committed to do it. I thank you.
The Honorable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Madam Speaker, President, honorable members, fellow South Africans, Bagaetso, Dumelang, Molweni, Goeiemiddag. Before I begin, I would like to offer up my thoughts and prayers to the families of the workers trapped underground at the Lily Mine in Mpumalanga. We cannot imagine your pain and anguish these past 11 days, and we stand with you as a nation, and I hold you and your loved ones in my prayers. Madam Speaker, last week while razor wire was going up around Parliament and stun grenades were dispersing the crowds, the president was tucked safely away somewhere on planet Zuma. You see, planet Zuma is a place in a parallel universe, far, far away from the lives of ordinary South Africans. Planet Zuma is a place where a swimming pool can be called a fire pool. It is a place where all the continents of the world fit into Africa. It is a place where the finance minister flies economy class, but the president buys himself a 4 billion rands jet. Planet Zuma is a place where the president can replace an excellent finance minister with a backbencher that nobody has ever heard of. It is a place, honorable members, where an international fugitive wanted for genocide is welcomed and given refuge. Planet Zuma is a place where young people who stand up for their right to learn are dismissed as part of a third force and charged with treason. It is a place where mine workers can be massacred by the police without an apology and without compensation for their families. Planet Zuma is a place where our president lives in a galaxy far, far away from the lives of ordinary South Africans. In his speech on Thursday, we learned more about Planet Zuma than the country we live in. You see, on Planet Zuma, there is no jobs crisis. This is why, in the president's speech, we didn't hear anything about the 8.3 million South Africans who are jobless. See, on Planet Zuma, all children have access to a quality education. This must be why the president didn't mention basic education once. On Planet Zuma, our state-owned enterprises are, in the words of the president, performing well. And on Planet Zuma, every problem can be solved by setting up a committee, a task team, or a commission of inquiry. Madam Speaker, the president lived up to our expectations on Thursday. We expected to hear the empty words of a man out of touch with the people, and that is exactly what we got. We knew what to expect, but we came to listen anyway, and we stayed until the bitter end. Because this is what the South African people expect of us. They expect us to be here in this parliament, making it work. Let me be clear. We came to listen to the president out of respect for the Constitution and the office he holds. But we did not come out of respect for Jacob Zuma. We cannot respect a man who puts himself and his rich friends first while the people of this country suffer. We cannot respect a man personally responsible for the building of Nkandla and the firing of Nhlanhla. Madam Speaker, Jacob Zuma is not an honorable man. Because if he was an honorable man, he would do the honorable thing and resign. The president is not alone on planet Zuma. Its gravitational pull is
Point
so
of order.
strong
Speaker,
that the entire ANC...
Speaker, point of order.
Sorry, can you pause the time?
Yes, Honorable Member, what is the point of order? Honorable Leader of the Opposition, can you take your seat?
No, my name is Hlomane Chauke. My name is Hlomane Chauke. Speaker, I'm saying that even if we can differ, but we have to maintain the respect, you still remain the president of the ANC. Even whatever you may differ, no matter you can say, he remains the president of the ANC.
The Honorable, the President, is actually the President of the Republic of South Africa. Proceed, Honorable Maimane, but do respect the Honorable, the President of the Republic of South Africa.
Madam Speaker, it is very difficult to do when the President's own counsel have admitted that he's misled this House.
Honorable Maimane, I would love us to stick to matters of these proceedings and leave issues happening outside there. Please proceed.
Please, can we? The President is not alone on planet Zuma. Its gravitational pull is so strong that the entire ANC has been sucked in its orbit and it cannot escape. The party that was once the defender of freedom has now become the defender of just one man. Make no mistake, there are many good people in the ANC, and many of them sit in these benches. And there are still some excellent cabinet ministers who do a good job in a difficult circumstance. So when the President spoke on Thursday night, we could see how painful it must have been for the honorable members seated on my right. We noticed the glum faces and the muted applause on the ANC benches. We saw cabinet ministers wince as the President labored his way through his speech. And who can blame them? Every honorable member on this side knows the damage that this man is doing to this country and their party. But not one of you have the guts to speak up against what is happening. It is simply a failure of leadership. You should be ashamed. Anina valo. In 1983, the great novelist Chinua Achebe said the following about his native Nigeria. The trouble with Nigeria is simply and squarely a failure of leadership. There's nothing basically wrong with the Nigerian character. There's nothing wrong with the Nigerian land or climate or water or air or anything else. The Nigerian problem is the unwillingness or inability of its leaders to rise to the responsibility, to the challenge of personal example, which are the hallmarks of leadership. Mr. Achebe could have been writing about our own country. Because, honorable members, there is nothing wrong with the South African character. There is nothing wrong with our country and the people who live here. But there is a lot wrong with our leadership. Mr. President, let us rewind to a few days before the State of the Nation address, when your Nkandla case was heard on the Constitutional Court. You weren't physically in the dock, but you may as well have been. You were on trial for subverting our Constitution, corrupting our Parliament, undermining the office of the Public Protector, and violating your own oath of office. After all of those years of lying, ducking, and
Honorable
diving,
Speaker, on a point of order. Honorable
Point of
Speaker,
Order, Deputy Chief Whip. Honorable Maimane, can you take your seat?
Honorable Speaker, the matter that is referring to is in the court of law. There is no judgment on that matter. So why is he raising it in the House?
Honorable members, on the issue of sub judice matters, in terms of Joint Rule 14Q, no member shall reflect on the merits of any matter on which a judicial decision is pending. To be sub judice means a matter must be awaiting adjudication or be under adjudication by a court of law. Honorable members, the chair has a responsibility to apply this rule in such a way as to impose the minimum limitation on open debate and the right of members to freedom of speech. The practice has therefore been to allow members to refer to matters before the courts in general terms, but not to discuss their merits or to refer to the matter in a way that could prejudice the case. Members are therefore cautioned to refrain from saying anything that attempts to anticipate the outcome of the case or comment on the merits or matters that are part of evidence before the court. So, honorable members, what we are saying and the position we're taking and reflecting on here is also out of respect for the principle of the separation of powers. I therefore appeal to you, Honorable Maimane, to stay out of issues that are still before the court. Please proceed.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Steenhuisen.
Madam Speaker, I think you're being very restrictive in your interpretation, and it flies in the very face of a ruling delivered by yourself in this House during the 5th Parliament. Madam Speaker.
How am I being restrictive, Honorable Steenhuisen?
I think you are over-restricting your warnings of the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the rulings before us had reference to the case in the courts and to the facts in the cases, to quote you, Madam Speaker, would not be a violation of the sub judice rule. And that's available in Hansard, and I have it here
Honourable
to show you.
Steenhuisen, I'm reminding you in this ruling, I am making exactly the same point, that you must steer clear of the merits of the case, and therefore I am cautioning honourable members.
Well, Madam Speaker,
Please
I would
take your seat now,
I would say to you,
Honourable
Madam Speaker, that
Steenhuisen.
you're being overly restrictive in your interpretation.
I'm not being
You are.
restrictive, Honourable Steenhuisen. Please proceed, Honourable Maimane.
after all of those years of stalling, lying, ducking, and diving, it took the court just hours to unravel your web of defiance and deceit. Through a string of extraordinary concessions in the court, your legal team effectively relegated your caucus to its current position under the proverbial bus. Before that bench of esteemed judges, there was simply nowhere to hide. But now that you have been exposed in the nation's highest court, it remains to be determined how much you will pay. Because here's the thing, whatever the amount, it will be nothing compared to what the people of this country have already paid for your presidency. Instead of redressing the structural inequalities of apartheid, you built yourself a big house on the backs of poor South Africans. Instead of breaking down the barriers that keep young black people excluded from the economy, you introduced BEE codes that keep empowering the connected few. And instead of dismantling Bantu education, you have allowed the education of the African child to deteriorate. The people who have paid the highest price of all are those who can afford it the least. Every single poor child stuck in our failing education system who will never escape the poverty trap in their lifetime, you cost them their future, President Zuma. The 8.3 million South Africans who cannot find work have paid more for you than you will ever know. They paid with their dreams. I know, because I've heard their heartbreaking story. Amabali afana nebali lika Themba Lokhotho oneminyaka engamashumi amabini anesithoba ochaza ishumi leminyaka lokuswela umsebenzi nanjengengelona xesha libi ngakumbi kunetolongo. Or 41-year-old Robert van Weingaard, who lost both his legs and has been without work for the past 6 years. He and his unemployed wife struggle to provide for their little daughter and can't make a living on social grants. Or 28-year-old Cherise Minar, who has a college diploma but has been unemployed for the past 6 months. She feels her children deserve a better mother because she cannot raise them on love and water. Kgotsa Mbusiqele, wa dinaga di le 12 o na leng master's degree mme ga ise a bone ditiro mo dingwageng di le 2. O ra gore o setse a ineeletse mo botshelong. And there are many who are just like them. We simply couldn't fit the 8.3 million in this book. But Mr. President, here are some of their stories, the people your government has long forgotten about. I believe every single person has a conscience. Mr. President, my question is, how do you live with yours? You call yourself a champion of poor black South Africans. You talk about the twin evils of racism and structural racial inequality. So why then, Mr. President, do you govern as though black lives don't matter? Why do you govern for the elite few and not for the many who live in poverty? President Zuma, we are acutely aware of the structural legacy of apartheid. We know that unemployment, poverty, and inequality is a result of a deeply unfair history of exclusion and oppression. But your job is to fix it, not overnight. Nobody's expecting miracles. We just expect our country to move in the right direction. Fellow South Africans, there is one part of our country moving in the right direction. It is a place where the life of each and every citizen matters. It is a place where the structural inequalities of the past are being rolled back. It is a place where every day progress is being made towards a fair society. It is a place where the DA government cut the perks and privileges of politicians, where the cost of ministerial vehicles was slashed in half, where blue light brigades were banned and economy class flights are the norm. And please note, President Zuma, these cost-cutting measures were implemented not because the economy was in meltdown. They were implemented because we don't think politicians are more important than other people. It is a place where over 2/3 of the city of Cape Town's budget is spent in poor communities, and where the poor receive the most generous package of free water and electricity. Dit is 'n plek waar die regering vir al die mense werk. It is a place where to grow the economy and to create jobs, the government focuses on getting the fundamentals right. Clean government, policy certainty, infrastructure development, support for entrepreneurs, and an aggressive targeting of investment. It's a place where fewer people are unemployed and more people are hopeful of finding a job. It is a place where the iniquities in the health system are finally being undone, not by an unaffordable new scheme that will bankrupt the system, but by sound, clean government that delivers health care for the poor. It is a place where the first new hospitals built by the DA government were in Khayelitsha and Mitchell's Plain, areas rejected for decades by the ANC.
Point of order, Speaker.
Order. Yes, Honorable Member, are you rising on a point of order?
All right, Speaker, I just want to check whether is it DA's policy to retain racist people in the
No,
organization?
Honorable Member.
Point of
There's
order.
no such point.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Steenhuisen.
Madam Speaker, you see, this is the problem in the House, is that when we in the opposition stand up and make what you term frivolous points of orders, we are dealt with in a very severe manner. Yet that gentleman at the back there continuously is allowed
Honourable
to rise
Member,
on frivolous points of order, and you ignore him.
I've ruled him out of order. So please, how harshly is harsh? Proceed, Honourable Maimane.
It is a place where getting the basics right pays dividends, where the matric pass rate last year was improved to 84.7%, the highest in South Africa, while the pass rate in every other province declined. It is a place where the pass rate in schools in the most impoverished areas increased from 57% under the ANC to 73% under the DA. A place where this year, for the first time, every matriculant who passed qualified for access to some form of tertiary education, and half of them for university entrance. Mr. President, while you and your cronies are on planet Zuma, we are here where the people are. We are improving people's lives step by step, day by day. And we are making progress. James Baldwin, the renowned American novelist and civil rights activist, once said, "The most dangerous creation of any society is a man with nothing to lose." Mr. President, your neglect has created 8.3 million jobless people, many with nothing to lose. The time is coming soon where they will sweep you and your cronies out of office and vote in a new government. A government committed to building a fair society where every chance has a chance to be the best they can be. And when we deliver our inaugural State of the Nation address, it will sound very different to yours, Mr. President. We will announce a number of measures to turn our economy around and lift people out of poverty. We will cut the size of your bloated cabinet in half, saving 4.7 billion. We will privatize our failing state enterprises, beginning with SAA and Eskom, who guzzle billions of rands every year. We will make South Africa a nation of entrepreneurs by cutting red tape and providing more support and training for businesses. We will improve black economic empowerment so that it rewards companies that invest in their workers and creates jobs instead of simply re-empowering the connected few. We will turn basic education around before we lose another generation of black children. We'll do so by giving teachers the support and training that they need to equip our children to compete in a global economy. We will increase NSFAS funding for poor students so that no qualifying student is denied further education because they cannot afford it. We will make communities safer by putting 250,000 properly trained police officers in the streets. We will fight gangsterism and drugs by reinstating the Narcotics Bureau and building more rehabilitation centers. We will save 30 billion rands a year by cutting corruption and firing corrupt officials. We will invest 10% of GDP in the infrastructure vital for economic growth. We will dedicate an extra 10 billion rands to speed up land reform, provide training and support for emerging farmers, and roll out farm equity schemes that give workers ownership of the land they work on. We will accelerate the issuing of title deeds to give people assets and redress past land ownership. We will declare the drought a national disaster so that we can urgently protect our food security. Because we understand that helping our farming communities is more important than buying new cars for traditional leaders or remodeling ministers' offices. This is how, honorable members, we build a safe, prosperous, and inclusive South Africa and prepare our country for a changing world. We will harness the full potential of the South African people, because against all odds, ordinary people are achieving extraordinary things. It is the teacher who works hard every day to uplift poor children. It is the policeman who risks his life to safeguard his community. It is the entrepreneur who battles impossible regulations to keep her business afloat. It is the unemployed parent who doesn't stop looking for a way to take care of her family. Imagine what they could do if they had a government that worked for them instead of against them. Mr. President, in your parallel universe, I'm sure your State of the Nation speech would have been just fine. But here, in the real world, it did not cut it. On planet Zuma, you can pretend the schools are working, that investors are lining up, and state-owned enterprises are thriving. But in the real world, none of that is true. On planet Zuma, you can carry on dismissing the aspirations of young black South Africans. You can keep betraying their hopes for a brighter future and govern as if their lives don't matter. But here, in the real world, each one of those lives really matters. Here, in the real world, we need a president and a government that serves all the people of South Africa. We need a president with a vision and the power to unite people, black and white, in striving for this vision. Because we are better together. We prosper together. We need a president who is an example to his government and to the nation. We need a president who is in touch with the people of this country. We need a president who puts people first and himself last. You, sir, are not that president. I thank you.
The Honorable Malema. Honorable members, can I ask that even when you are heckling, which you are allowed to do, please don't drown the speaker.
My time. Honorable Speaker, we thank you for the opportunity to speak to South Africans, Africans, and the world about the issues confronting our people. We should make it very clear that we do not want to debate the state of the nation which was presented here by an illegitimate president. We refuse to legitimize the morally and politically compromised president of the ANC. We do not recognize him due to his incapacity, lack of direction, association with criminal elements, unaccountability, and pure disregard of the Constitution and the people of South Africa. We are here to speak about a country where more than 26 million of its population live in absolute poverty and suffering. We are here to speak about a country where more than 8 million of its capable workforce cannot find jobs because the state under its current leadership cannot provide jobs. We are here to speak about the many capable children who do not have access to quality and free education because the state cannot provide free quality education for all. However, we are comforted by the militant structures like Fees Must Fall movement, Roads Must Fall movement, and the EFF Student Command because they are keeping the dream of decolonization and free education alive. We must not forget that we are in a country where black majority, more than 80% of the population, is congested and squeezed in less than 20% of the land because the rest of the land is owned and controlled by those who colonially took it from the African majority through committing black genocide. We must not forget that we are in a country where settler colonialists and white monopoly capitalists in control of almost all sectors of the economy. The white minority own and control every section of the economy, including the maize mill which feeds majority of our people because the former liberation movement betrayed its founding principles. We must not forget that we are in a country where African majority continue to be slaves and suppliers of cheap labor to the white minority as cleaners, garden boys, domestic workers, car guards, petrol attendants, security guards, and rock drill operators, and everything that pays low wages. The ANC has destroyed the nursing, teaching, and police profession by paying those workers peanuts. Our people are hungry for land. Land hunger is a reality. Our people are misled to celebrate the so-called middle class and the black executive who are nothing but credit-worthy and indebted blacks who do not own and do not control anything. We are here to ask the whole of South Africa to listen to the voices of struggling masses of our people in the informal settlements like Tembeli, Tles, Chwetla, Winnie Mandela Squatter Camp, Krisani Squatter Camp, Joe Slovo Squatter Camp, Deep Sloot, Alexander, Marikana, and all the dejected and neglected areas where poor black people live. Fellow South Africans, majority of our people in township live in a state of indignity and congestion. They live like pigs when they are alive and even when they are dead. The majority in eThekwini, Sebokeng, Amaskral, Soshangube, Umlazi, KwaMashu, Dantsane, and many areas are still forced to share a small piece of land when they are alive. And even in death, they are still forced to share graves where more than 2 people are buried in one grave. My brothers and sisters, let's pay solidarity to rock drilling operators, the mine workers, the metal workers, the workers of ShopRite and all the retail stores who are underpaid and some employed through labor brokers. 22 years after the so-called democracy, less than 10% of the land has been redistributed. We want to reveal the obvious fact that if it takes 22 years to redistribute 10% of land, it will take ANC 100 years to redistribute at least 50% of the land. Our economy is just a consuming economy, and we are unable to manufacture and produce even basic consumer goods and services just such as phones, televisions, cars, many food items, teaspoons, matchsticks, toothpicks, and clothes. What kind of a self-respecting country fails to produce food for itself despite the availability of arable land? More than 10 million workers who wake up every day to sell their labor, they do not get any living wage and they do not qualify for houses, cars, clothes, and education for their children. Many black South Africans die because they cannot afford medication. We speak of these realities because the so-called president of South Africa never pointed to those realities. We are aware that during your so-called State of the Nation, you did mention about the relocation of Parliament to one city. We welcome that move because the fact that South Africa has separate capital and administrative cities is such a result of colonial compromises and settlement of the Anglo-Boer War. And while many Africans died in that war, they were not part of ultimate political settlement in the early 1900s. More than money, it is politically correct for South Africa to have one capital city to affirm its own identity as a post-colonial political territory, not unworkable capital cities that waste resources of our people. We want to make it clear to Honorable Thabang Makwetla to know that we will never sing this term. This term is another compromise which is not justifiable. No ruling, neither a court or prison can force us to sing a song of the apartheid murderers. On the 11th of February 2016, we decidedly and courageously refused to be addressed by illegitimate and morally compromised human being who happens to be president of the ruling party and our country. In our previous life, we uncritically accepted so many lies, fictions, and conspiracy theories created about you, Mr. Zuma. And our fear of third term as well misled us. But the signs were there. Your questionable political life and the events that led you to become a president is a sign that indeed we should have opened up to those signs. All those signs were clear that you are not capable to be a president. This is the man who knowingly had sex with an HIV-positive woman and later explained to court that shower will lessen the chances of contracting HIV. We are now a laughingstock of the world. This was another sign shown to us that you are incapable of becoming a president, but we ignored that. This is the man who knowingly impregnated a friend's child despite that he had many wives at home. This was another sign that you are bad with judgment. This is the man who did not take any decisive action when the Gupta family landed their plane at Waterkloof. Actually, instead of taking action, this is the same man who embraces the same family and attend all their events, despite the fact that those people compromise the security of this country. This is the same man. Wait a bit. I was going to say chess, but I remembered you are a wrong man. This is the same man who appoint ministers with close relationships with Gupta's family, and those ministers immediately start negotiating business deals for the Guptas and his son. I'm talking from experience. In my previous life, when I was a friend with Minister of Sports, he received a call from the Guptas. He was still a deputy minister of police, and they told him that he was going to be a minister of sports. And that was during the time when he still had courage. He went to the NEC of the ANC and raised this matter. He was so angry and he even cried about it, that why are we being appointed by unelected leaders into positions of responsibility? I hope one day my former friend will find himself and continue to fight this just cause. This is the man who in December exchanged ministers of finance in South Africa, gave misleading and wrong reasons, and accelerated our country currency into a junk status, which led to loss of more than 500 billion. The crisis caused by mindless and unexplained changes in national treasury are not some elite or palace battles. It is a critical that it has got a direct impact on the lives and livelihoods of ordinary South Africans. When South Africa's currency is weak, it will become more expensive for South Africans to buy basic consumer goods and services for other parts of the world, from the other parts of the world. As we speak now, in the context of drought, South Africa has to import more than 6 million of tons of maize meal, which is staple food for more than 80% of South Africans. A weak currency will mean that everything that we import from other parts of the world will be expensive and unaffordable for many families, and all this because of one man. Our country is being relegated to a junk country because of actions and decisions of one man. This one man called a president is responsible for many ills affecting our country, and he blames all this on the global economy. There are challenges in the global economy, but Mr. Zuma is responsible for the ills ills confronting our country. Alongside Mr. Zuma's unforgivable blunders are ministers and premiers who learn from the best and replicate the same form of corruption and unaccountability in their department and provinces. The Premier of Free State, Ace Magashule, is the most corrupt Premier in South Africa who's not accountable to anyone. The man is untouchable. The Premier of Mpumalanga Province is the most corrupt Premier in South Africa who plays part in the disappearance of his opponents in his province and loot as he wishes. The Premier of Northwest is also corrupt, plays a part in the disappearance of opponents in his province and not being held accountable. This and many others engage in these activities with the knowledge and endorsement of one man who will all are expected to treat with respect. Alongside these ills caused by him is a family who are business partners of his son and business partners of his political subjects, the Gupta family. The Gupta family influences and capture of South African state and government is not a fiction, and the reason we have provided are just a tip of an iceberg. The Guptas are party to the institutionalization of mediocrity here in South Africa, and this is shown by the mediocre media houses and other businesses that are parasitic on the state. South Africa, we stand here, bound and obliged by the constitutional and moral obligation, and call for the immediate removal of Mr. Zuma as the President of the Republic of South Africa. Mr. Zuma has caused so much damage and is in the process of causing more damage. Under his watch, a huge amount of money from the police slush fund disappeared, and that was the money meant to fight crime. Under his watch, money keeps on disappearing in the security agency. We cannot stand back and do nothing when one individual is accelerating South Africa into a further decay. The man has accepted to have breached his oath of office and the Constitution. The reality is that in no time and under Mr. Zuma's watch and supervision, we will be left with no country and no systems to hold our people accountable. We are here today to once again apologize to former President Mbeki for being part of those who removed him on the basis of lies, rumors, gossip spread by the sitting president. President Mbeki in his letter says I did not tell who was misleading us. We were misled by this man, the President of the Republic of South Africa. I remember I had a meeting with President
Order,
Zuma
Speaker.
after the Nicholson judgment,
Speaker.
where President Zuma said to me
Order, Speaker.
he doesn't want to
Order.
work with President Mbeki.
Order, Honorable Malema, please take your seat. Yes, Honorable Member, on what point are you rising?
No, Honour Speaker, I will request that you ask the gallery there to stop participating in our debates.
Indeed, we always repeat this on numerous occasions in the past, that we ask and appeal to our guests in the gallery to please not participate in the proceedings of the House by clapping your hands or in any other way participating in the proceedings, because we want to welcome you all to be part of this joint sitting only by sitting and observing in an orderly fashion. Thank you very much. Proceed, Honorable Malema.
I led the charge on the removal of President Mbeki after the meeting I had with President Zuma, where he made it very clear to me that he's not prepared to work with President Mbeki. This is despite the fact that the former president of the Youth League, Mbalula, called me from the mountain and encouraged me not to participate in that activity of removing Mbeki because it will cause a problem. That's why I know that Mbalula has got capacity to see wrong things. He just needs to come around. Had we listened to him, we will not be in this state. For those who do not know, Mbalula discouraged us from calling for the removal of President Mbeki. We apologize to President Mandela for allowing Mr. Zuma to reign his legacy and turning South Africa into a junk country. We never and will never agree with the economic policies pursued by both President Mbeki and President Mandela, but at least they knew what they stood for, unlike him, who stands for nothing, always get persuaded by the Guptas to take wrong decisions, a man who prioritizes himself and his family. If all of you doubt that, then you must refer to the presentation which was made in the Constitutional Court, where all of you were damned by the president. A man who can single-handedly destroy what used to be the movement of the people. A man who says, I will not pay. The whole movement says he must not pay. A man who says, now I will pay. The whole movement says, you will now pay. Think, comrades, that you are participating in destroying the organization of Krisani, Lituli, and O.R. Tambo, organization that never believed in the politics of personality cult. You are more Zuma members than being members of the ANC. You need to discover yourself. Tell to all South Africans, our message is clear and simple. Freedom is coming. The economic freedom fighters is the last hope for jobs and service delivery. We are the last hope for massive industrial development to create millions of jobs. We are the last hope for free quality education for all. We are the last hope for quality health care, for sanitation, and for better services. We are the last hope for the war against corruption. The EFF is the last hope for the people of Stretla, of Mdantsane, Umlazi, Soweto, Makwilering, Bushbuck Ridge, Orange Farm, Guguletu, Kailicha, Umtata, and all areas where there are no jobs and basic services for our people. The EFF is the last hope for the workers of Toyota in KwaZulu-Natal, of all metal workers in Nelson Mandela, Buffalo City, and Tshwane. We are the hope of all mine workers in Marikana, in the entire Platinum Belt, in Kuruman, Kimberley, the trapped workers of Lily Mine, and all the areas where workers face brutal exploitation. Mr. Zupta, your legacy can be summed up into three things: Mushiniwam, Nkandla, Guptas. and I'm leaving. I can't sit here to debate what you presented here because you are not a legitimate president. Bye-bye.
Honorable Malema, as you leave, I want you to know that, as you know, what you did was wrong. You should have done it in the form of a substantive motion. You did it knowingly, and it was wrong, and shall be expunged from the Hansard. The Honorable Buthelezi.
Honorable Speaker, Your Excellency, our President, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members. At the beginning of this year, the Cape Town Press Club invited me to deliver an alternative State of the Nation address, Mr. President, revealing what South Africa really needed to hear. I noted then that although I served under our two presidents as acting president more than 20 times, and although I've debated with 4 different presidents over the course of 21 years in this House, I've never had the onerous task of doing what Your Excellency did last Thursday. I also said that what we most needed to hear was a good dose of honesty about the economy and about the fracturing of social cohesion and about the dire situation of our people face because of drought. To my mind, it is better to be frank with our people so that they will know how long the night will last and whether the dawn is actually coming. Our people are remarkably patriotic and have been enduringly patient. It is morally reprehensible, therefore, to feed them empty promises, and it is eminently dangerous, in fact. I must therefore commend the President, for his address on Thursday was at least frank. It indeed acknowledged the grim circumstances of our country. He did not shy away from the fact that despite the hopes expressed in the National Development Plan by all parties that we could achieve a 5% economic growth rate by year 2019, that this will not happen. This forces us to face the fact that there is no prospect of turning our economy around in the foreseeable future. For that 5% growth rate was our only hope for creating the level of employment that South Africa needs. Regardless of the myriad challenges put forward to justify the difficulties our economy faces, the closing line of the President's address was honest, and I wish to quote you, sir. We cannot change the global economic conditions, but we can do a lot to change the local conditions. In this regard, Madam Speaker, the IFP welcomes the establishment of an interministerial committee dedicated to enhancing investment, and we welcome greater cooperation with the private sector in the hope of placing our country on a growth path. I suspect that South Africans welcome the back-to-basics approach on local governance and the South African Police Service. Our people certainly welcome the announcement that there will no longer be lavish dinners following departmental budget speeches, and that the need for constant travel between two capitals is no longer considered feasible and must be addressed. But when one listens to the President's choice of words when announcing cutbacks and efforts at better financial management, the conclusion is inescapable that government is indeed gone too far in abusing state resources. It is a damning admission, but a true one. I refer here, Madam Speaker, to statements which I'll quote from the President's speech quote, we have made an undertaking to spend public funds wisely, unquote. And, quote, I invite premiers and mayors to join us as we begin eliminating wasteful expenditure in government. I ask the question, is this too little, too late? Is it enough to restore our nation's confidence in the present leadership of the country? Undoubtedly, it is not enough to pull us out of our economic distress. That would be bold policy decisions. When the President addresses the disastrous financial situation of state-owned enterprises by saying, we have had concerns, but some of them are doing quite well, it is clear that nothing will be done to plug the fatal drain of state-owned enterprises like South African Airways. I remember that even when I sat in cabinet some 10 years ago, we were constantly being asked to bail out South African Airways. Why are we still doing it? Too often it comes down to poor policy decisions. The President, for instance, applauds the recent changes in visa regulations in order to boost tourism and enhance investment. What he doesn't say, however, is that these changes were required because visa regulations were passed against all good judgment. That did enormous damage to our tourism industry. We'll struggle to attract foreign investment, in my view, for as long as there is policy uncertainty. For instance, on the issue of land reform, we heard the President say during his State of the Nation address in 2015 that foreign land ownership would be barred. He has now repeated this in 2016. For the past year, foreign investors have been in limbo as to when and whether this policy would be implemented. At times, the President's address seemed to spend more time describing the way things should work and what they look like when they're working than explaining how we are going to get from here to there. He made a statement of drought, for instance, that I found quite discouraging when he said government provides relief to affected communities. What does that mean to the millions of people struggling without sufficient water? What does it mean to the farmers whose livestock are dying every day? Is it a statement of what a government in general does, or a promise of what this government will do? The effects of this drought on our people must be taken more seriously. Food security is threatened to many families, and livelihoods are being lost. Honorable Speaker, just days before the State of the Nation address, the Institute for Justice Reconciliation released some shocking results from the Afrobarometer survey, and I'll mention just three. They spoke about the support for democracy has dropped to 64%, that 2/3 of our citizens would willingly give up the right to vote in exchange for a non-elected government that actually delivers, and 10% of black South Africans would willingly welcome back the government of the old South Africa. What is happening to our country? We're abandoning our most cherished values because the exercise of those values had failed us. Democracy, political franchise and freedom, values for which my generation fought and died, are becoming worthless commodities to a disillusioned people. We cannot let this happen. I've asked myself what my response should be as a patriot and as a leader of my people. I've considered the leadership we admired in the giants of the past, and I cannot avoid the conclusion that we must emulate their example in this, that we must be cerebral than emotional. The battle of the present demands it. In the present economic situation, it is so easy to whip up emotions, to indulge in demagoguery. A revolution is not very hard to start, but is it wise to do so? Is it the right path for our country to start a revolution? If our intended destination is restoration of peace, stability, hope, and cohesion, I'm reminded in all of this of the meaning of the word inkata, khari, in Zulu and Sotho, that it is a tightly plaited grass coil designed to help carry a heavy burden on one's head. Symbolically, the Inkatha Freedom Party continues to aim to maintain balance, assisting and protecting our people from the heavy social and economic burdens. As our country faces such dire challenges, that is the role, Mr. President, that we will continue to play.
Honourable Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Honourable Speaker, I didn't want to interrupt Honourable Buthelezi, but I would like to just ask you a question. Okay, members raised on frivolous points of orders earlier on. At no point was any member asked to withdraw anything, and I'm just asking, in terms of which rule are you going to remove a speech from Hansard?
Thank you, Honourable Member. I will rule later. Honourable Maswale.
Honourable Speaker.
On what point are you now rising?
Honourable Speaker, you've made a ruling about
Yes,
15
I
minutes
said-
ago. Now you say you're going to rule again.
Yes, I said I am going to rule on what you are raising.
But I just need, in terms of which
Honourable
rule
Member,
you're doing, a rule number.
I am not having a debate with you. I'm not refusing to rule. I'm just saying I will rule later.
I want to remind you about the fact that you
Please
said we must
proceed,
have
Honourable
patience.
Maswale. Honourable Member, please take your seat.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker of the National Assembly. The
Honourable Speaker.
Excellency, Mr. President,
Honourable Speaker.
the ministers, deputy ministers,
Honourable Speaker.
honourable members of this assembly.
Are you nostalgic for the EFF? Honourable Member of COPE.
You have already made
Madisha.
a rule. You have already made a rule. Now we want to understand. That's what is being raised here. What is the rule?
Honourable Madisha, I'm repeating. I'm repeating, Honourable Madisha. Your honourable colleague has arisen on a point of order. I've listened, and I'm saying I'm going to rule later. That's what I'm saying. And I repeat that. So please take your
But
seat.
then you have ruled
Take
already.
your seat, Honourable Madisha.
You have ruled already.
Honourable
Mr. Speaker.
Madisha, take your seat.
You are out of order yourself.
Honourable Madisha. Honourable Madisha, please withdraw that.
Withdraw what?
Withdraw your saying the chair is out of order.
No, you're out of order because
Honourable Madisha, I'm not going to argue with you. If you don't want to withdraw, then I'll have to ask you to leave the chamber.
we withdraw. The
Thank you
truth.
very much.
We withdraw
Honourable
the-
Maswale, please
the truth.
proceed.
Thank you again, Honourable Speaker. Thank you for the privilege and honor to stand before this august House to be part of this debate. We dare not forget that history has given us the honor to serve our people and change their life conditions. Madam Speaker, last week's State of the Nation address by the President was very concise in leading the charge on what needs to be done to address South Africa's challenges. More than that, the underlying message of the President once more appealed to all South Africans to ask not what South Africa will do for each one of us, but what together we can do for our land to prosper. Madam Speaker, I may just digress and say it's really ironic. It never stops to amaze me why it is that we stand before the electorate on the 7th of May. Each of the political parties had the opportunity to present themselves before the electorate, and indeed the electorate passed its verdict. But in the House, somewhat an impression is created that those who have voted the least are the ones who represent the majority out there. I think it is a matter that needs somewhat to be debunked. This House will also recall, Honorable Speaker, that during the State of the Nation address in February 2015, the Honorable President had unveiled a 9-point plan to respond to the sluggish growth in the economic environment. The President provided the vision through our actions, we followed with concrete programs to support that vision. Just in the area of energy supply, I wish to spend a few minutes talking to, in the perspective of the Eastern Cape Province, we had asked ourselves, what would be our own contribution in realizing this vision? As early as 2013, Honorable Speaker, we had taken a decision to position ourselves as the energy hub for the rest of the country, particularly focusing on cleaner forms of energy. We did so cognizant of the fact that the future of our planet and its inhabitants is dependent on how well we care for our scarce, precious natural resources. As we speak, Honorable Speaker, part of the manganese corridor development linking the Northern Cape to the Eastern Cape with its manganese export facility in Kucha is on track, with the manganese smeltering facility to be located at the Kucha IDZ. Our partnership with the Nelson Mandela Metropolitan University in the area of shale gas research is at an advanced stage that will lead to the use of our gas reserves in the Karoo Basin, thus contributing further to the energy mix that the President spoke about, particularly the area of clean energy. These are partnerships that we value, that are in themselves committed to move our country forward. Madam Speaker, to date, we're making progress in the footprint of wind and solar farms, as the Minister of Trade and Industry did allude to that when he was making his address earlier. We have now a total in number 17 of such projects with a total investment value of more than 33.7 billion rands that goes with creating much needed job opportunities, contributing more than 611 megawatts of power to the national grid. The province also has received an additional boost to its energy security when Magawatt Dedisa Peaking Power Plant Station achieved commercial operation, playing thus a role in reducing the load shedding that we were speaking about a few months ago. The past year also, Madam Speaker, also for the first time, we saw in South Africa that wind farms were awarded to the former homeland areas. In Ngoshwa, Paya Epeti, we now have such located wind farms in such areas. All these, as I have alluded to, have been captured in that 9-point plan that the President had unveiled. In his State of the Nation address, the President also alluded to the centenary of our premier education institution, the University of Fort Hare. We pay tribute to its visionary founders and former alumni as a breeding ground of many of the leadership in this room and beyond. We pride ourselves in being the majestic jewel of the crown, to the crown of knowledge of this continental institution. May it continue to breed and groom excellent leaders that will take our country to the next century. We therefore look forward with great anticipation the national celebrations that will be hosted in our province on the 20th of May 2016, and we can assure you that it will be an event that we shall celebrate properly that historic contribution of that institution. Further, taking leave from what the President has said, we agree that a resilient and a fast-growing economy is at the heart of our transformational agenda. And when the economy grows fast, it delivers jobs. In the area specifically of agri-parks, the President spoke about last week, the location of these agri-parks, the regional enterprise development hubs and agricultural production facilities in our province seek to improve the agro-processing capacity of the province, notwithstanding the detrimental effects of drought that we are experiencing these days. As the province, we are determined to complement the President's efforts by increasing primary production, not only in Ngoga, as the President mentioned last week, but also in Lambasi, Sunday's River Valley, in Butterworth, in Matatiel, in Stegspruit, Esenku. And in these programs, women and our young people have been identified as beneficiaries of these programs. On top of this, in Port St. John's has been identified as one of the vegetable production hubs, which will ultimately support the Khai fresh produce market around King Sabata Dalindyebo municipality. It has warmed our hearts to hear the President acknowledge the work that we are doing through the industrial development zones based at Koga and in East London. As a follow-up to what we've been doing since the call was made to maximize our oceans economy, we have formulated our provincial maritime skills development plan with partners in the sector. This year, to give effect to some of the decisions we've made through the Department of Education, we've already established maritime schools or streams in the curriculum in our schools, with the schools like George Randall, Ngwenyati High Schools, starting at grade 10, with curriculum to help our learners to be able to access the necessary skills. We commit, Mr. President, to take care of the two bulk carrier vessels that have been registered in Port Elizabeth under the South African flag. We are pleased too that the very friendly city has been hosting the armed forces this week in an Armed Forces Week, which will culminate in the national celebrations on the 21st of February 2016. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, the development of the aquaculture zones at Koga have commenced, and this initiative has an estimated value of close to 2 billion rand, with the potential to unlock at least 5,600 jobs. This will provide space for abalone, finfish, seaweed, and tilapia farming. We're also proud, Mr. President, to register progress in your expansion plans to expand the Koga dairy and Koga cheese plants aimed at increasing milk exports volumes by 200% at least. And this will also see an increase in cheese export production to well over 60%. In concluding, we are well on track with our road infrastructure development, Mr. President, and indeed it is correct that SANRAL is one of those public institutions, SOEs, that is doing remarkable work, and it is doing remarkable work in our province. This year alone, an investment amount annually on our road infrastructure exceeds 5 billion rand, and indeed this is beginning to unlock the potential of economic development in other parts of the province. We take the President's challenge that South Africa should strive to become a financial center of Africa. In our province, we have many capable men and women produced from the institutions we have in the province who can contribute to this vision, compatriots who will ask not what South Africa will do for them, but what together we can do for our country. Now it is time not to lose hope, but indeed to look ahead, forge ahead, and move the country forward. I thank you.
The Honorable Shelembe.
Honorable Speaker and members of the Houses, the State of the Nation address delivered by the President Zuma on Thursday last week is an insult to each and every South African. Apart from a slight mention of the economic crisis we are faced with, very little was said to give the people a true account of the state of our nation. Once again, we were spoon-fed ANC propaganda about how good life is in South Africa. No mention was made about service delivery protests, which are flaring up all over the country on a daily basis. Not a word was said about the drop in our matric pass rate. And the President was silent about the drought which is crippling our economy and threatening our food security. The President made mention of weak economy but did not take any responsibility for the weak performance, rather than admit that He made a serious error when he appointed Van Rooyen as a Minister of Finance to appease the Guptas, and in doing so, wiped out almost 700 billion rand of wealth in South Africa. The president remained silent. This, honorable members, is the crux of the problem with President Zuma. He never takes responsibility for things that are going wrong. The Guptas landed at Waterkloof, and President Zuma knew nothing. Millions of rands were spent to upgrade Nkandla.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, on a point of order.
Honorable Member.
We don't know who is
Honorable
referring
Shelembe,
to
please
as
take your
Van
seat.
Rooyen. We have in this house Honorable Van Rooyen. Thank you.
Honorable Shelembe.
Honorable Van Rooyen.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
The Guptas landed at Waterkloof, and President Zuma knew nothing. Millions of rands were spent to upgrade Nkandla. President Zuma maintained that there was nothing wrong with spending such lavish amounts for his private benefit until he was forced to acknowledge the wrong in front of our constitutional court. The National Freedom Party questioned the integrity of President Zuma. Why did he not do the honorable thing and pay back the undue enrichment when the public protector made her report available? Why did he deem it fit to manipulate ministers and parliament to shield him from accountability? Why did he do his level best to discredit the public protector, and in doing so launched a vicious attack on the integrity of a Chapter 9 institution which has been established to protect South Africans from abuse by those in power? South Africans deserve a state president who will put South Africa first and not his political party. We deserve a state president who will protect and defend our hard-won democracy. And above all, we deserve a state president who will treasure the core values of good governance, which is transparency and accountability. President Zuma has failed dismally to uphold these values, honorable members, and he does not deserve to hold the highest office in the land. South Africa, honorable members, is in a deep economic crisis, and the governing party has no solution to tackle this crisis. The National Freedom Party is saddened that the state president failed to tell us how we are going to strengthen our economy and provide us with concrete solutions to steer our country's credit rating away from junk status. The cost-cutting measures announced are welcomed, but unfortunately too little too late. We trust that the President Zuma will lead by example in reducing the number of overseas visits and the number of people he takes with him on this trip abroad. More important, the National Freedom Party believes that the President himself should be the first one to explain to the hard-hit taxpayers what benefit there has been in leading a massive delegation of 53 members to Davos recently at an estimated cost of close to 40 million rand. The National Freedom Party would also have liked to see some enthusiasm for a national minimum wage in the State of the Nation address. Sadly, for millions of South Africans who are poor and barely making a living, the President offered no warm comfort. Just another vague undertaking once more without any tangible details. A national minimum wage will go a long way to address workers' basic needs and to reduce working poverty and inequality. Yet President Zuma chose to make cautious remarks about the implication of such a national minimum wage, selling out workers once again to placate business groups and rating agencies. The time has come, honorable members, for ordinary South Africans to take a stand and demand a state president that will lead us forward. We need a biblical Samson who will fight the just cause of the ordinary people against the Philistines, which is the ANC led by Zuma. Enough damage has been done by a state president that put his party before the country. A state president that sees no wrong in undue enrichment for himself, his family, and his group of friends. We need a state president that will carefully consider his action and not give to external pressure from business associates, as he had done with the appointment of Honorable Van Rooyen. We need a state president that will address the real challenges of drought, crime, and unemployment which we face on a daily basis, and a state president that will address our education crisis with vision and vigor. Zuma is not the state president that we deserve.
President Zuma.
President Zuma is not. And the ANC must take a blame for forcing such an incompetent leader on the country. This year we are having local government elections, and now is the time for South Africans to show the ANC that we had enough. The time for change has come. The time for Zuma and the ANC to go has come. The time has come for democracy to be defended.
Honorable
And
Shelembe, your time has expired. Thank you, Honorable Member.
Zuma must fall. Thank you.
Honorable Olomisa.
Deputy Speaker, Honorable President, Deputy President, and honorable members. The South African economic situation demands that we adopt an approach that is all-inclusive and pragmatic. One of the credits to our country is our ability to resolve challenges through dialogues. Perhaps in resolving the current economic crisis, we need to borrow from our recent past. CODESA delivered political liberation with more still to be done on economic front so that we can have a binding consensus on the macroeconomic policy of the country. In this regard, the United Democratic Movement suggests as follows: that an all-inclusive national summit be convened to develop and adopt a framework to guide all role players towards a national economic transformation in Indaba, whose resolutions will result to a progressive amendments in the current legislative regime. The proposed economic Indaba must emerge with a comprehensive blueprint on a road to be traversed by the country in dealing with such matters as land, education and skills development, black economic empowerment, etc. Deputy Speaker, the security of the workers' pensions needs immediate attention, given that the Public Investment Corporation seems to be a source of questionable deals for cronies of the ruling elite through, amongst others, consortiums like Kilimanjaro, Sakumnoto, and some not-for-profit organizations like the one called Global Fund for Christ. In this regard, UDM suggests to all contributors to the pension and provident funds to consider establishing an independent national fund forum to, amongst others, monitor investments, auditing, and usage of their monies by PIC and other financial institutions. We further propose that a task team led by a retired judge be established to investigate all complaints from ex-mine workers who have been marching to Parliament and union buildings demanding information on their provident funds, allegedly not paid by either by the state or their employers. Deputy Speaker, a widely publicized offer by the President to bring to finality the issue of Nkandla in the interest of national unity has been noted by us. There is no doubt in anybody's mind that the Nkandla saga has affected many individuals and institutions adversely due to his handling manner against many advices. As we speak, this has affected the trust and confidence of many public representatives in this House who felt abused or betrayed during this process. In this regard, we appeal to the revolutionary consciousness as a patriot with unquestionable struggle credentials to place the interest and unity of the nation first and vacate the office with dignity. Give us a mandate, Msholos, to handle your exit in a dignified manner. Further, and to avoid another embarrassing sitting president scoring own goals, the House must demand the the long-time promised ministerial handbook for scrutiny. South Africans, while SONA was very lean on corruption, billions that were supposed to help improve our social ills in this country is being looted left and right. A new phenomenon has emerged through SITAs, which are used to divert skills development funds to bottomless private pockets. Employees who are suspected of blowing the whistle on alleged corruption against the CEO of the construction SITA are either expelled and or suspended in droves. To make things worse, some of these employees were paraded and humiliated when they were taken by the CEO and chairperson of the board to an outsider, the secretary of the SACP in KwaZulu-Natal. The victimized employees have appealed to the presidency without success. Animameli ningola ke.
Wena ungamameli, honorable member.
Nezi-instrument njezokusetyenziswa ubenyanisile lo mfana kaZibi. Uthi aniphatheki niyasetyenziswa nje.
Honorable member,
Nitye imali
you have been
abanifuna sinixelele.
contemptuous. Honorable member, this is contempt of the first order. Honorable Fanda. Before you start, honorable member, can we appeal to members? We don't sit here to police members. Members realize when they are infringing on obvious rules. I do appeal to members not to do what Honorable Holomisa has done here. He's out of order. It is inappropriate for anyone to want to be told what to do when you are an adult. Honorable Fandam, please proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The President's State of the Nation address last week made it patently clear that the ANC does not regard issues facing young South Africans as significant or urgent. In his speech, the President did not present a single plan devoted to improving the lives of South Africa's youth. He made no mention of basic education, the Fees Must Fall movement, or youth unemployment, the three most significant issues facing young South Africans today. It is alarming in a country where the population is largely made up of young people that the President would not devote a significant portion of the speech to this sector of society. This shows a President that is not only completely out of touch, but simply does not care about young people. The only time the President mentioned young people was when he asked us to register to vote. This is how the ANC sees young people, as voting cattle, and not a sector of society whose views need to be taken seriously and needs catered for. Millions of young South Africans look to you, Mr. President, to provide certainty and hope for the future. Young South Africans yearn for bold, innovative, comprehensive, and workable plans to move the country forward. Your speech, sadly, provided none of this for our young people. I am sure that it has become clear, even for ANC voters, that the only way in which a better South Africa will be achieved is not only when President Zuma is gone, but the whole of the ANC. Fellow young people, there is no Messiah that will bring change to the ANC. Not no Ramaphosa, not no Dlamini Zuma, not no one. It is time to vote the ANC, the whole of the ANC, out of power. Honorable Speaker, it is absolutely possible to build a better South Africa for our young people. A South Africa where the extraordinary potential of all our people is realized. One where the structural inequalities caused by colonialism and apartheid are dismantled. A South Africa that is dynamic and vibrant and a leader in the developing world. A South Africa we can all be proud of. But before we provide the solutions to our young people, Honorable Speaker, we need to understand their problems. What are the conditions that our young people are living under? According to the UCT's 2015 Child Gauge, the specter of poverty haunts South Africa's children before they even leave the womb. Half of our young people, Honorable Speaker, live in poverty. This poverty is experienced not only in the form of financial deprivation, but also lack of access to basic services, healthcare, quality education, and protection from crime. Last year's Fees Must Fall movement sharply demonstrated the problems of access to higher education. The insensitive and out-of-touch comments from some ANC leaders at the legitimate concerns of our students were absolutely disgraceful. Some, like the president of the ANC Women's League, Batabile Dlamini, claimed that the Fees Must Fall movement was funded by foreign forces, and others, like the ANC Youth League president, 34.9 Colin Maine, accused students of treason. The DA today stands in support of all students that have called for additional funding to be allocated to universities. No South African should be denied the opportunity to pursue tertiary education because they do not have money. The manner in which our universities have been underfunded is one of post-apartheid South Africa's greatest tragedies. A greater tragedy is how 361 million has been pilfered from historically disadvantaged institutions to fund last year's moratorium on fee increases. The ANC really governs sometimes like young black lives do not matter. The DA looks forward to the announcement on university funding by Minister Gordhan as promised by President Zuma in his State of the Nation address. However, it is unfathomable how this funding will be found, given that the only budget cuts that were announced during SONA were minor and would do very little to meet the estimated 7.8 billion needed to cater for the so-called missing middle. If you really want to fund funding for universities, Mr. President, you would cut your number of ministries to 15. That already is 4.2 billion. Put your money where your mouth is, cut the number of ministries, and provide that money to universities. The next higher education crisis looming, Honourable Speaker, is at our TVET colleges. The syllabi at these universities are generally out of date, markers are unqualified, and exam papers are largely inconsistent. It is a disgrace, Minister Nzimande, that over 100,000 students are still waiting for their certificates, and with some students waiting since 2013. Fix our TVET institutions before it is too late. Another key problem facing young people, Honourable Speaker, is unemployment. The unemployment rate amongst our young people is more than twice that of adults. In 2015, as many as 5.4 million young people were unemployed, with young women forming the bulk of this. Post-recession increases in employment for adults between the years 2011 and 2014 were not matched by equivalent increases amongst the youth. In fact, in 2011 and 2013, youth unemployment increased, and it was young black youth that suffered the most as a result. The ANC governs like young black lives do not matter. These, Mr. President, are, in a nutshell, just some of the problems that face South Africa's young people. There are many, many more. The solutions to these challenges are really quite simple. It requires political will, dedicated leadership, laser-like focus, and having the right plan. The DA's 5-point plan for jobs is an all-encompassing plan which, if implemented, would not only create employment, but also result in increased investment in energy, transport, and ICT, give more people education and skills, radically reform the labor regime, provide direct incentives for job creation, and create a nation of entrepreneurs. Through implementing these and other policies, the Western Cape is now the best place to live if you are a young person. At 29.9, the DA-run Western Cape has the lowest unemployment rates in the country compared to provinces such as the Northern and Eastern Cape, which have rates of 45.1 and 41% respectively. The Western Cape has the highest absorption rate of people into the economy at 43.2% and the lowest amount of young discouraged work seekers at 1.2%. This means that more young people are finding employment in the Western Cape than anywhere in the country and have more hope of doing so. By focusing on improving the quality of education, the Western Cape achieved a pass rate of 84.7 last year, the highest in the country. It is the only province that had an improved pass rate and where every single learner who passed matric passed with access to higher education. The Western Cape is not only better in terms of education and employment, but the lives at home for our young people are better than other provinces. According to the 2014 non-financial census of municipalities, the Western Cape has the highest proportion of households benefiting from free basic water, electricity, sewage and sanitation, as well as solid waste management. It is therefore no wonder that thousands of young South Africans will for the first time vote DA in their municipalities this year, and the ANC stands to lose support as the old age home that it is. The DA governs well and it governs better. The ANC has shown through its President's State of the Nation address that it is an out-of-touch old-age home that does not cannot care about young people, is completely out of touch, and is on its way out. Goodbye.
Honorable Deputy Minister of Mineral Resources, Godfrey Oliphant.
Speaker of the National Assembly and Deputy Speaker, Honorable President Zuma, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends. Today, 25 years ago, on the 16th of February 1991, Comrade Bheki Mlangeni, an ANC human rights lawyer of Soweto, was killed by a workman bomb. He died instantly, leaving his wife, Sipati, and a young child. He was only 35. Eugene de Kock, an apartheid hit squad leader, had since confessed to that gruesome murder. The President has also highlighted in his State of the Nation address and on the occasion of the ANC's January 8 statement, the significance of 2016 as it marks historical anniversaries of great importance that we as a nation need to appreciate, cherish, and embrace. By acknowledging and remembering the sacrifices of so many, they remain our lighthouse to guide and strengthen our democracy so that all may enjoy the freedom of equality, dignity, and respect. This freedom was indeed not for free. Honorable members, today is the 11th day since the tragedy that befell our people at Lily Mine in Barberton, Mpumalanga. Please let us keep comrades Yvonne Mnisi, Pritin Kambule, and Solomon Nyarenda and their families in our prayers. Regrettably, rescue services had to be suspended due to further major fall of ground, and we are still awaiting further information. We also wish to acknowledge the proactive leadership of Minister Zwane, who has been seized with this matter from day one. The cooperation between mine management, trade union leadership, and the rescue teams has been remarkable, and the support from the Premier of Mpumalanga, plus the inter-ministerial committee consisting of Minister Zwane, Shabangu, and Dlamini, was a welcome relief to the community. For now, we can only hope for the best outcome and prepare for the worst. In the 9-point plan to turn around the economy, President Zuma enunciated, amongst others, advancing beneficiation as an integral part of our radical economic transformation agenda. Let us utilize both our comparative and competitive advantages in mining to realize the true meaning of this transformation. After all, without mining our mineral resources sustainably, the 9-point plan may be difficult to realize. Everything around us is either mined or grown. The intersection between mining and farming is what has sustained humanity over many years, and it will remain as such for many more years to come. The African National Congress has further instructed us to advance people's power in whatever we do, and we dare not fail this glorious movement and the society it leads. The ANC leads, and the ANC lives. I think it's important at this juncture to recognize also that, Mr. President, peaceful revolutionaries have got nothing to offer. They are a typical anatomy of the left brain and the right brain, where in the left brain there is nothing right. And in the left brain, there is nothing left. They've gone. Honorable Maimane, the sword turning and building of the Mitchell's Plain and Khayelitsha hospitals were done by the ANC Western Cape under the leadership of Premier Lynn Brown. And National Treasury paid for those hospitals. You quoted Chenua Achebe. Please claim no easy victory. We want to work with you to eliminate the incidences of drug abuse all over the country, including in the Western Cape, but also in our churches. That is what we have to do. Unfortunately, the cowards from the EFF have left. You see, Honorable Malema is trying to sell everybody wherever he goes. He tried to sell out Honorable President Mandela in London, and he got a backlash. Now he comes here, he was a friend to you, Honorable Minister. He's trying to sell out on issues that you discuss in secret. What a kind of sellout is this? Judas. Let's come back to mining. Let's come back to mining. On the occasion of the 104th AGM of the Chamber of Mines in 1994, former President Nelson Mandela said, and I quote, "South Africa is blessed with an exceptional geological heritage," close quote. Indeed, honorable members, our country has the most beautiful geology and endowment of various mineral resources. South Africa simply rocks. Notwithstanding the 100 years of formal mining, we are assured of another 100 years plus of continuous mining, given our country's estimated 50 trillion rand of non-petroleum untapped resources. It is important, therefore, to utilize our knowledge, experience, lessons of history, and mining expertise to approach the next century of mining differently. Working together on this front, we should be able to push back the frontiers of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Despite the current global economic challenges, there is still a great deal of investors who see the economic potential right now and latent in South Africa and the continent. This was evidenced during the recent annual mining endeavor held in Cape Town last week, where over 6,000 participants gathered from across the world. Madam Speaker, honorable members, it is stating the fact and the obvious that the world is in the throes of structural changes. Global financial imbalances continue to cause material and sustained volatility. Growing complexities in the geopolitical arena further increases the uncertainty within the key regions of the globe, complicating investment and business parameters worldwide. One key manifestation of this evolving and unsettling global order is the ongoing currency volatility, with massive swings, particularly in the currencies of the emerging economies like ours. Our currency has not been immune from such dynamics either. Whilst the rand depreciation entails a number of undesirable effects on financial and business aspects of our economy, it nonetheless assists our struggling mining industry. Given the down cycle of commodity and the fall in resource prices, many of our mining operations would face much tougher conditions had it not been for substantial rand depreciation. Many more thousands of jobs would have been at real risk. In our analysis of the viability of the mining industry, we need to bear in mind that it is the net effect of commodity price adjusted for rand depreciation that matters for investment and sustainability of operations in our mining sector. Clearly, there is no uniformity in the sector. Commodities have their own market dynamics. Nonetheless, it is safe to argue that one thing common across all mining operations is the fact that the business operations and corporate structures need to respond to the new and prevailing order in the sector. Business as usual can no longer be sustained. Going forward, Mr. President, our competitiveness of our national mining industry will, to a large extent, depend on the degree to which it adopts green technologies, sound environmental practices, humane labor practices, and effective health and safety standards. Let me reiterate what you said, Mr. President, in your State of the Nation address, and I quote, "Our country remains an attractive investment destination. It may face challenges, but its positive attributes far outweigh those challenges. We must continue to market our country as a preferred destination for investment. This requires a common narrative from all of us as business, organized labor, and government," unquote. Let me assure you, Madam Speaker and Deputy Speaker, that we are not resting on our laurels. Through the Council for Geoscience, an institution that is over 100 years old, also having a massive reservoir of information about our geology, we have successfully birthed and have been awarded the privilege of hosting the World Cup of Geology right here in Cape Town in August this year. We will continue to encourage a mineral development pattern that reverses the spatial inequalities of the past. We are thus focusing our resources on identifying relatively underdeveloped regions for quality mineral deposits that we can develop. This includes the enhanced exploration of the Tugela terrain in KwaZulu-Natal and Northern Cape. Next phases will focus on areas in Limpopo and in Mpumalanga. Let me repeat this. The mining industry remains a foundation of our country's economy and will continue to be central in achieving government's objectives as expressed in the National Development Plan and the African Mining Vision. Let me emphasize, Madam Speaker, that this industry is a long-term value business, and notwithstanding the above challenges, the African continent leads investment in project development in this industry, with 30 large mining projects being commissioned in the continent between 2015 and 2018. This immediate investment amounts to $18 billion, of which South Africa has the lion's share of 29%. The projects range from nickel through platinum, gold, copper, diamond, and other minerals. This is a demonstration of the resilience of the mining industry, which is generally not a beneficiary of incentive support by host governments like other sectors of the economy. The gross fixed capital formation in the mining industry reached 80 billion rands in 2015, confirming the confidence of the investment community in the business environment right here in South Africa. We want to talk about the jobs. To stem the tide of job losses in the mining industry, government, labor, and business came together last year in August to develop an intervention strategy to minimize job losses and to ameliorate the impact on affected employees. The interventions as agreed upon range from delaying the implementation of retrenchments to investment promotion and market development. There are 8 plans that I don't have time to enunciate. Out of the 32,000 jobs under threat, close to 3,000 have already been saved between August and December 2015. Unlike the dollarized economies of Australia, where it's in November last year reported to have lost 60,000 jobs already, and the USA, 15,000 jobs were reported to have been lost as well. So here we've got a situation where we talk about these things and correct them, like we did in the past. The facilitation of the CCMA, Department of Labor, Department of Mineral Resources, industry, mining industry, labor, has paid off some dividends. The good news, Mr. President, is that commodities like gold are now starting to do very well. Diamonds are picking up. Platinum is stabilizing in terms of capital investment in the medium term. However, out of the 53 commodities we are mining in approximately 1,700 mines and quarries, iron ore and coal are still lagging behind. The Department of Mineral Resources has been working tirelessly in collaboration with the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform, the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries, the Department of Trade and Industries, and the Department of Labor to strengthen collaboration between mining and farming for economic development. One such success is the rollout of macadamia plantations in the Eastern Cape. The main purpose of this project is to assist in alleviating the plight of rural communities and ex-mine workers, Honorable Holomisa, in labor-sending areas by creating alternative economic activities. So far, 2 sites have started growing macadamia nuts in the Eastern Cape based on partnership between community, private sector, and government. The business model is based on a 300-hectare, and each 300-hectare generates 300 sustainable jobs, and those jobs can be sustained permanently for 80 years. The first site at Ngqecha is at an advanced stage of implementation, with 60% of the land cultivated and planted, out of which 80 hectares is already sending tons of macadamia nuts to global markets since 2013. This site has also created 150 sustainable jobs and has a five-star graded nursery which supplies trees to the macadamia industry generally. The second site at Amajigni in the Transkei Wild Coast in Willowvale started planting trees in November 2015 and will have 7,500 trees planted on a 300 hectare by the end of this year, 2016. The first group of 63 employees have secured sustainable jobs and more jobs are to be created as the project progresses. South Africa is leading the world in producing the highest tonnage of macadamia nuts, followed by Australia and others. Currently, the biggest macadamia nut producing provinces in South Africa are Limpopo, followed by Mpumalanga, then KwaZulu-Natal. The Eastern Cape is joining the industry through such an innovative model which has attracted the attention of the mining industry, the ex-mine workers, the Department of Mineral Resources. This is viewed by the DMR as an ideal approach to empower ex-mine workers. The CEOs of the mining industries will be visiting the Premier of the Eastern Cape tomorrow. The Macadamia Initiative is among the key initiatives to be shared with the mining industry. The current initiative in the Eastern Cape is poised to create 1,200 new sustainable rural jobs with a potential to create 3,000 jobs if the Eastern Cape was to exploit its full macadamia potential. Another example that we are looking at, amongst others, is the Mogalakwena Agricultural Community Cooperative Project. This project by Mogalakwena Platinum Mine pioneered cooperative training farm and training center to benefit 32 villages with a population of 400,000 people. On beneficiation, Comrade Mr. President, transformation in this industry also requires an integrated development of mineral resources through greater levels of value addition. Consequently, the department is working with the Department of Trade and Industry and Science and Technology in implementing actions to advance beneficiation. Through MINTEC, government has spearheaded the commissioning of rare earth minerals refining pilot plant and has 20 more successful beneficiation projects, most of which are rooted in townships and rural areas. We have also started in earnest the investigation of the possibility of establishing a trading center or bus for key minerals and will begin consultations on this shortly. Beneficiation of minerals does not only support our industrial development aims in line with the NDP, it also supports our aims and plans as regard to food and energy security. The DMR will to this extent be prioritizing through the Council for Geoscience, the assessment of uranium, thorium, and related mineral resources of South Africa to support the diversification of our energy mix. Now that the time is not on my side, let me deal with the issue of the fuel cells. We have many successes, for instance, in platinum fuel cells, and such is the Naledi Trust Community in Kroonstad, which has been powered by 60 kVA peak power fuel cell system via a mini-grid. The system was designed, integrated, and assembled in South Africa by local engineering companies. The fuel cell plant mini-grid and reticulation were done by local companies, including the fabrication of methanol tanks. Government also supported the demonstration of a 100 kilowatt fuel cell plant at the Chamber of Mines. In addition, we commissioned fuel cells in 3 schools in Kofimbaba, in the Eastern Cape, to provide primary and standby power to rural schools that are piloting the DST's Tech 4 REDS program. The fuel cells program provides power to enable uninterrupted e-based learning at the schools. The local fuel cell company, Clean Energy Investment, co-owned by the DST, also installed a fuel cell for standby power at the Windsor East Clinic, enabling uninterrupted service to patients. There are many more examples to demonstrate our local capabilities. Let me go to the ex-mine workers, because the issue of regulatory certainty the President has touched, but also to say that in strengthening the participation in the mining and petroleum sector remains a priority for this government. Through the African Exploration, Mining and Finance Corporation Bill, we aim to clarify and strengthen the role of state-owned mining company, SOMCO. The state-owned mining company bill has been published for public comment. The bill legislatively establishes the existing African Exploration, Mining and Finance Corporation, which already holds a healthy portfolio of mining and prospecting rights, including an active coal mine that started operating in 2010. This company received its rights in terms of the MPRDA. However, it is an opportunity as well for established company to establish joint venture operations with this company, consistent with a public-private partnership model that proved successful here in South Africa and in other sectors as well. In African jurisdictions such as Botswana, Namibia, Morocco, Niger, and others, the state actively participates on a 50-50 basis, and it stands that this company will also make this success. The question of transformation has been touched, I'll skip it, but on the ex-mine workers, let me say the following. We have continued with the activities covering the provision of health and safety compensation services to access to other social protection benefits to ex-mine workers, especially in labor-sending areas. We were supported by the Chamber of Mines, and we have had outreach programs in the Eastern Cape, Western Cape, Northern Cape, Limpopo, KwaZulu-Natal, Mpumalanga, and Gauteng. Yesterday, honorable members who were in Engobo in the Eastern Cape, and Minister Sisulu, the family sends their regards. Another milestone that's also still to be realized is the strengthening of policy and legal framework for compensation of occupational injuries and diseases for mine workers, which remains as a major challenge for the government. Now, the last point that I want to make, Mr. President, is that we, under the leadership of Dr. Motsoaledi, have also started a process of integrating the compensation laws in the country. And we are quite on track on this matter to ensure that we only do the best for the workers of this country. So, honorable members, because time is up, there are two matters that I didn't touch, but I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Honorable Oliphant. Honorable Khadeb, Honorable Deputy Minister is quite able to finish his own sentences. So in future, don't help him when he doesn't ask you. Honorable members, there is a 15-minute break for this session. Bells will be rung to remind you of its resumption. Thank you very much. Please be seated. We now invite the the Minister of Tourism, Derek Hanako.
Deputy Speaker, Your Excellency, President Zuma, honorable members. Honorable President, let me start off by quoting one short sentence from your State of the Nation address. We are proud of our democracy and what we have achieved in a short space of time. Our democracy is functional, solid, and stable. In this hard-fought-for democracy of ours, there have been many, many impressive achievements. One of these great achievements is the way tourism has grown over the last 2 decades. Tourism arrivals in South Africa have grown from 3.9 million in 1994 to 8.9 million arrivals in 2015. That is phenomenal growth. Tourism has truly become an immensely valuable treasure chest for our people, filled with precious gems and opportunities. And right now, honorable members, the opportunities in tourism are probably greater than ever before. But before I get there, a word or two about our economy. We do have challenges. There is no escaping it. Commodity prices have fallen dramatically, as Minister Rob Davies highlighted earlier in this debate. And we are experiencing one of the worst droughts our country has ever experienced. Not surprisingly, our economic growth is just not where it should be. We all know that. But we are sometimes guilty of seeing just the negative. Our economic policies have stood up to the harshest of tests. Our economy has proved to be very resilient. Growth is far too low, but it remains positive. 2 of our BRICS partner countries, both very big economies, are in recession. Having said that, the fact is that growth is not where it should be to address the challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. We need to respond in the right way to reduce our debt and to get our economy on a higher growth path. That is precisely what our ANC-led government is doing. In the midst of these challenges, we continue improving our roads and port infrastructure. We continue building houses for our people and constructing dams. We are building hospitals and schools. That is the good news. You will hear more about it tomorrow from Minister Patel. Minister Pandor will tell you more about the Square Kilometre Ray Telescope, the biggest radio telescope in the world by far, designed by South Africans. But we do need to identify opportunities to get out of this sluggish growth and get onto a healthy growth path. And that is truly where tourism comes into the picture. As it stands today, honorable members, across the value chain, about 1.5 million people are employed in the tourism sector, directly and indirectly. According to Stats SA satellite account, in 2013, 655,000 people were directly involved in producing goods and services provided to tourists. We are confident that tourism can grow rapidly, offering more of our people work and livelihood opportunities. We are working closely with the Ministry of Small Business Development to stimulate the establishment of new SMMEs. Some of these small businesses will become the big and successful big businesses of the future. Comrade President, in your address to the nation on Thursday, you said that South African tourism will invest 100 million rand a year to promote domestic tourism, encouraging South Africans to tour their country. Your emphasis on the importance of domestic tourism came as music to the ears of all of us who are working in tourism, who so passionately believe in the great value tourism offers our country. We can assure you, Mr. President, that we are putting a great deal of effort and resources into domestic tourism. We are determined to make our iconic attractions accessible and affordable to all our people. More people should be able to travel to the Kruger National Park to see the biggest wildlife extravaganza on Earth. Our people must have the opportunity to take the ferry to Robben Island and experience the story of the triumph of the human spirit over oppression. Many more school children should be able to visit Mapud Gubwe and to take pride in the history of this ancient African civilization that cast the golden rhino long before Africa was colonized. This is our heritage to be shared by all our people. It is fitting that your words, Mr. President, were spoken on the day that we were commemorating the release from prison of our first president, Nelson Mandela. This is exactly what our icon and leader, Madiba, would have wanted for his people, that all South Africans, regardless of economic status, should be able to enjoy our beautiful country and our rich heritage. And indeed, this is what this ANC-led government promises to work at, together with our partners in business. We will soon announce some exciting new measures to make our world-famous tourism attractions and iconic sites more accessible to all South Africans. We will not be able to achieve this goal overnight, but we are deeply committed to making this dream a reality for all our people. We will apply the 100 million rand you refer to, Mr. President, creatively, and it will be backed up by a vigorous marketing campaign. Around the country, our hotels, B&Bs, restaurants, and tourist attractions did a roaring trade over this festive season. You've seen it. Some of you went to restaurants, or some of you tried to make bookings and you couldn't get in. The best news is that this recovery translates into jobs, a lot of jobs. For every tourist who occupies a bed, there is someone to make that bed, to cook and to serve meals. Behind every tourist is a long line of people who benefit from a long list of jobs. Some supply fresh produce to restaurants. Others make furniture for hotels. Some are tourist guides who tell our remarkable story to the world. With more tourists coming to South Africa and more South Africans touring their own country, we can help break the back of unemployment in our country. That is why every tourist counts. That is why it is so important for every person who has a job in tourism to do it well. And that is why the Department of Tourism is training our people in service excellence. The Kruger National Park welcomed 6% more visitors last year than in 2014. In December, the astonishing rock formations at Burke's Luck Potholes attracted 40% more visitors than the previous December. In the Eastern Cape, Premier, the Kamdeboer National Park welcomed 20% more visitors this December compared to 2014. No less than 4,000 people experienced the thrill of bungee jumping at the Blowkrans Bridge last year, and about 200,000 people visited the nearby Khoisan village for a unique cultural experience. In the Northern Cape, more than 12,000 people visited the Ochrabis Falls in December, a 10% growth on December 2014. The Noord-Kaapenaars here will be pleased that the Northern Cape was named yesterday by Rough Guide as one of the top regions in the world to visit in 2016. Waar is julle Noord-Kaapenaars? In KwaZulu-Natal, the number of visitors to the Isimangaliso Wetland Park grew by 8% over last year. Tourists are increasingly seeking adventure and cultural experiences in rural areas, off the beaten path, and businesses are adapting to serve their needs. More people from around the world are eager to experience the amazing things we have to offer. That brings me, Honorable President, to another thing you said in your State of the Nation address. You said we must take advantage of the exchange rate as well as the recent changes to our visa regulations to boost inbound tourism. Indeed, honorable members, the exchange rate is making a short left very attractive for South Africans. For visitors, the exchange rate coupled with the recent changes to the visa regulations offer massive opportunities for growth in international arrivals. Everything points to 2016 being a bumper year for tourism in South Africa. The Department of Tourism and Home Affairs are working closely to implement the cabinet decisions on visa regulations. Travel companies in China have already been accredited to submit visa applications on behalf of travelers. We expect very strong growth from the Chinese market in the future. The same visa application process will soon apply to India as well, and the same result is expected. While it is true, honourable members, that many factors affect tourism numbers, these changes are important and in line with the multilateral agreements in the United Nations World Tourism Organization, which advocates ease of travel as a means to promote tourism development and multiply its socio-economic benefits without compromising safety. 2015, Mr. President, indeed was not a good year for tourism in our country. According to Stats SA data, tourism arrivals from the top 9 countries requiring visas saw a year-on-year decline of 20% in 2014 and a further 7% in 2015. However, in the last quarter of 2015, there was a 14% growth in arrivals from these visa-requiring countries. This is good news, and I have no doubt that tourism numbers will dramatically increase given the improvements in ease of travel and other conducive factors. In fact, honourable members, all indications are that we now have ideal conditions for growth in inbound tourism. Growth means more decent jobs for our people. Tourism contributed 357 billion rand to our GDP in 2014 and supported 9% of total employment. The World Travel and Tourism Council estimates that by 2025, tourism will contribute 590 billion rand to our GDP and will support over 2 million jobs. Mr. President, this is the World Travel and Tourism Council. It's not my view. Many of us are convinced that we can do even better than that. Our ANC-led government knows what needs to be done to put our economy back on a stronger growth path and is systematically putting all the building blocks in place. We know what we have to do to achieve inclusive and sustainable growth in tourism. We so often forget what a special country we live in. Sometimes it takes someone from outside to remind us that we are so blessed to live in such a beautiful country. Recently, the influential BuzzFeed site voted South Africa as the most beautiful country in the world. The most beautiful country in the world. Our African sister countries also fared very well. Namibia, Kenya, and Tanzania were all in the top 10 list. The people of Africa are rising. The continent is attracting investment from around the world and opening the doors for tourism. Tourism can convert the natural beauty and cultural heritage of our country and our continent into an astounding economic and social success for all our people. We offer tourists unique and meaningful experiences. Tourists remember them forever, and they will tell others about it. And through the actual experience of our country, perceptions change. Our 8 World Heritage Sites, ranging from Mapungubwe in the north to Robben Island in the south, from Isimangaliso in the east to Richtersveld in the west, each tells us a unique story of our rich natural and cultural history. We have become known as a country that offers the most diverse and exciting tourism experiences. You can dive with sharks in the Atlantic Ocean off Cape Town. Mr. President is not here. I invite Mr. Deputy President to join me in a bit of shark cage diving. No, the President will be invited to do some bungee jumping with me. You can hike in the silent magnificence of the Drakensberg Mountains or cycle through the bustle of Soweto. While you're in Soweto, you can experience the culture of Vilakazi Street, the only street in the world that was once home to 2 Nobel Peace Prize winners. Hotels, high-end properties, and game lodges were in great demand over the peak season. This suggests that there are attractive investment opportunities in these segments. Bookings from our core markets, including the United Kingdom, the United States of America, and Europe, increased, and guests are booking longer stays and spending more money during their stay. Our tourism businesses have done well in difficult times. We commend them for their hard work and perseverance and for their commitment to attract more tourists to our shores. Mr. President, we have said consistently in our manifestos and our National Development Plan that it is through working together that we can make South Africa a truly great country for everybody. I am pleased to inform you that there is a healthy partnership between business and government in the tourism sector. We are jointly striving to achieve the inclusive growth of the sector and to create more jobs and opportunities for all our people. Our excellent performance in business events shows what an important driver of growth this segment has become. South Africa has been ranked #1 in Africa for international meetings and events, and we are steadily climbing up the ladder of international rankings for business events. The growth of tourism depends on healthy cooperation between all three spheres of government. We are working together to create new experiences and to crowd in tourism activities around our mega attractions. To mention a few examples, the Department of Environmental Affairs and Tourism are collaborating to develop a wild activity hub in Phalaborwa in the Kruger National Park. We have also joined forces with DIA, the Department of Environmental Affairs, to unlock the full potential of the oceans economy. And we have teamed up with the Department of Arts and Culture to improve the visitor experience at Robben Island. We are pleased to announce, Mr. President, that we have begun the work to install a solar energy system to replace Robben Island's reliance on diesel generators. You can expect an invitation when we officially switch to the solar system later this year. We know that Robben Island is close to your heart. You lived there for a number of years, admittedly not by choice. Now millions of people from all over the world want to visit this iconic World Heritage Site by choice. Our country not only shares with the world a rich history of ancient civilizations, struggles of resistance, peaceful transition to democracy under the leadership of the African National Congress, but it also tells the story of our shared ancestry and common humanity. It all began in Africa. In Gauteng, the discovery of Homo naledi resulted in a visitor rush to Marupeng in the cradle of humankind, which had a year-on-year increase in visitor numbers of 22%. This is one gem that will continue sparkling for decades to come. Mr. President, we are collectively buoyant, confident and optimistic about the growth prospects for tourism in our country. But we're not sitting back and waiting for it to happen. We are working hard to make it happen. We are removing the barriers that could stand in the way of tourism growth. We are training people to improve what is already an excellent standard of service in our country. We are working hard to enhance our destinations and our offerings to make our visitor experience an unforgettable one. And we are intensifying our marketing efforts to bring more and more people to our magnificent country. We are striving to become one of the top 20 destinations in the world. And in the pursuit of these goals, we will create jobs and lasting benefits to millions of our people. Through tourism, we will share our proud stories of liberation and reconciliation with the people of the world. Through tourism, we will contribute to global peace and friendship. We will share with the world our warmth and our spirit of Ubuntu. We are acutely aware, Mr. President, though, that our tourism sector is not as inclusive as it should be, that there is a need for meaningful transformation in the sector. In this regard, we are proud to announce that the new BBBEE codes, designed to accelerate transformation by including more black people through the tourism value chain, that the Charter Council was the first one to table these new codes. It will help us to develop black-owned suppliers and enterprises, which in turn will support jobs and grow communities. The code will also help to empower black women to take up executive management and leadership positions in tourism. So if you don't make it back to Parliament, you know where to go. Go to tourism. There's a great career waiting for you. We need constant innovation to convert our challenges into opportunities. We have excellent tourism assets. We have a good performance record, and we have great potential for the future. More importantly, we have dedicated people in the tourism sector and in other sectors of our economy who are working hard to make South Africa a better place for everyone. We must stand together to combat all attempts to derail us from moving our country and our economy forward. One thing that should be said, Mr. President, is that all the good work that this ANC-led government is doing stands to be undermined by illegal activities. Wherever this happens, we must all stand together and put our country first. Drugs rob our youth of their future. Illicit traders threaten our collective livelihood. Operation Fiela was launched to combat attitudes of impunity and intolerance that had threatened the rule of law in some parts of our country. Our government acted swiftly and decisively to stabilize the situation and developed an integral national action plan to reassert the authority of the state. Between April and November last year, over 3,000 operations were conducted under the action plan. Over 40,000 arrests were made, vehicles were impounded, and firearms confiscated. Large quantities of drugs were found before they could make their way onto the streets and wreak their damage, especially among our young people. Operation Fiela has helped to reinstate the rule of law in many communities, and our people and our visitors can now feel much safer. As we intensify our efforts around Operation Fiela, we are restoring an environment which is conducive to investment in tourism and the growth of our economy. Well done to our Minister of Police and all the dedicated policemen and women who are carrying out this operation. Getting back to tourism, though, with all the tremendous opportunities that tourism offers to help get our country on a stronger growth path, we must now stand together to build a tourism nation. That's what we need, a tourism nation. We are all brand ambassadors for our sector and for our beautiful country. People who come to South Africa as tourists could well return as investors if they believe that their investments will be secure. Let us not wait for BuzzFeed to declare us the most beautiful country in the world. Let's shout it from our own rooftops and billboards. Tourism gives us hope for the future. We need to stay positive and keep doing constructive things to build the sector together. To conclude, we do have challenges in our economy, and we do stand to lose jobs in the mining sector. That's the reality. But we can more than compensate for these possible job losses by getting greater numbers of tourists visiting our country. That's the truth. We must now remove all obstacles in the way of tourism growth. We must intensify our marketing efforts.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
And we must make the visiting experience
Honourable
a beautiful one.
Thank you. Honourable Trollip, your turn, sir. Honourable Deputy Speaker, what happened last Thursday might have created a misguided perception that the extent of the state capture is driven by one family. The fact is it's not. The truth is that it has systematically been captured by a number of families in the senior ANC leadership echelon and their friends, led inimitably by Jacob Zuma and abetted by the ANC itself. This was declared unambiguously when the President said that the ANC comes first, and you all nodded. Therefore, it is safe to say that your President, due to his despicable political chicanery, has no one to blame but himself. Honourable Trollip, please take your seat, sir. What's your point of order, Honourable Member?
Perhaps Honourable Trollip's absence in the House has led him to forget it is His Excellency President Zuma and not Zuma.
Go ahead, Honourable Member. It's the President, he's right.
Yes,
because it shows that change does happen. Since I left this House, some members have been convicted and converted. Therefore, it is safe to say to your President that due to his despicable political chicanery, he has no one to blame but himself for having to present his State of the Nation address from an unprecedented barbed wire and steel barricade. Lichazo elo. The fact that your address did not live up to the nation's expectations was best described by Aubrey Machiki, who said, and I quote, You have not convinced the poor and jobless that anything will be better, close quote. You will know this in August, Honourable President, when the elections will toll the end of your presidency. You ironically declared that some people don't understand politics and that they move with the wind, being blown this way and that. Die beskrywing is toepaslik vir u, want dit is u wat heen en weer gewaai word deur die politieke winde soos 'n rolbos in die woestyn. What you and your government have come to represent is like the long parliament of Oliver Cromwell had become when he put them to bed. And he said, and I quote, "It is high time to put an end to your sitting in this place, where you have dishonored by the contempt of all your virtue and defiled by your practices of every vice. You are the enemies of all good governance," close quote. He went on to tell them and remind them, and I quote, "You are deputed here by the people to get their grievances redressed," close quote. You, sir, like them, have not redressed the people's grievances. You have compounded them, and worse, you laugh about it. To add insult to this neglect, you and your party have spawned a form of despicable and vitriolic racial fascism that has been fermenting in the ANC during your term of office, that is now sweeping across this country like a toxic red tide. Abazukulwane benu, kabazukulwane benu aba. You should be ashamed of undoing President Mandela's example and legacy in this fashion. Your unabashed performance here last week, where you addressed us without so much as a hint of an apology for your premeditated deceit, was a disgrace. Yes, can you believe that? Can you believe that you can come here and present that without even as much as an apology? In this regard, I brought a handkerchief for your footman, die patele elichefu, die patele umphathisi uNhleko, akwazi ukuthi when Minister Nhleko has to tell the nation that what he described as a fire pool is in actual fact what we all knew it was, a swimming pool, he's going to need this handkerchief. Nabanye bazawufuneka bafumana amachefu. The other people that need to get a handkerchief are the Honourable Nxesi, the Honourable Sizane, the Honourable Mochecha, and the Honourable Frolic, and in fact the rest of the ad hoc committee. They all need a handkerchief to wipe the egg off their faces. Gaume, mandicebise manonke manithengana amachefu, nikwazi usulukanda ebusweni benu. Honourable Speaker, the President had the temerity after one long overdue meeting with business leaders, with the private sector, to come here and tell us about business and economics, when he and his tripartite partners malign business so easily at their meetings and rallies that the reason for the parlous state of our economy are the global headwinds of slowed growth and international recession. The President clearly didn't take this newfound economic wisdom into account when he fired Minister Nene and replaced him with his straw man, the now proverbial weekend special. His response that the nation and the markets had overreacted is what makes whatever he said about fiscal discipline and prudence completely incongruent. Mphathiswa, Mongameli, akuthembeki wena ngomcimbi zemali. The President's lack of credibility is sadly not only limited to the realm of economics. Politically, he has left a trail of broken promises and hamstrung administrations in all three spheres of government, especially in the Eastern Cape and Nelson Mandela Bay, where I come from. Despite what the Honourable Maswale said here, I have seen no evidence of the 9-point plan to eradicate poverty and to create jobs. The President's lack of example and leadership has led to factional chaos and management ineptitude at all levels of government. In the Eastern Cape, the shame of blatant state larceny, that is theft, in the name of none other than President Mandela in his fraudulent funeral saga remains unresolved. Your party insiders have also been directly responsible and implicated in the notorious multi-million rand Cienza toilet fraud scandal. Here too,
There have been no consequences whatsoever. The President didn't say one word to us about what he expects municipalities to do under the leadership of his newly retreaded minister. Nelson Mandela Bay has an unemployment rate of 36.6% and youth unemployment of 47.3%. Abaphangeli eBhayi abantu. And this city has 2 major ports, an established motor industry, the Kucha IDZ, the much vaunted Pakisa initiative, and it is a potential tourism mecca. Maybe the Honourable Minister that was here should go and visit Port Elizabeth, and yet the ANC cannot create jobs in Port Elizabeth. Why?
Honourable
Because
Trollip, your term has expired.
it is too busy navel gazing and squabbling over political patronage.
Honourable Jacob Mamabulo.
Honorable Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, President Jacob Zuma, Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Members, kindly allow me first to convey the sincere apology of the Premier of Gauteng Province, Honorable David Makura. Premier would have really loved to be here, and I'm glad to convey his apology. I feel honored and privileged to be afforded a rare opportunity, a rare moment to make few remarks contributing to the State of the Nation address. We congratulate and without doubt marvel at the remarkable excellence with which the President found the primary pulse for a radical economic turnaround of our country. This is consistent with the view of the ANC shared by all its alliance partners of a second radical phase of the National Democratic Revolution. We say this aware that there are those who are hell-bent and have made it their preoccupation and point of daily obsession to mount ridicule and slander, to find fault in what the President says. These permanently doubting Thomases and prophets of doom are required by their paymasters to construct fault where they clearly cannot find one. Honorable members, the President correctly articulated the economic challenges facing our country as a result of a number of factors, including external economic shocks. The Honorable President then made a profound call and said, open quote, the situation requires an effective turnaround plan from all of us, close quote. Honorable members, the President further eloquently made the point when outlining few points of what will certainly make a qualitative difference, and he said, let me quote, first, our country remains an attractive investment destination. It may face challenges, but its positive attributes far outweigh those challenges, close quote. This point was well articulated by the Honorable Deputy Minister Oliphant. Honorable President, for us as the province of Gauteng, a province that is fast growing, that's fast urbanizing, we're really interested in what you defined as the positive attributes that far outweigh the challenges that our economy faces. Now, let me say, honorable members, that in Gauteng province, and this is consistent, Honorable President, with an article that appeared in yesterday's business report of the Sunday of the Star by Joe Brook, who indicated that the international trend currently to grow economies, create jobs, is to look at a city-by-city point, and that there are great opportunities for what you refer to, Honorable President, as the positive attributes for economic growth. And in that regard, as Gauteng province, of course, urbanizing and having many cities in our province, we want to agree, Honorable President, that the positive attributes to grow our economy lies in working with the cities, and you'll certainly agree, honorable members, We have many in our province. We have studied and analyzed the immense opportunities for growth in each one of these cities, and we are confident, Honorable President, that we will respond positively to your call for a turnaround and to make sure that we maximize the opportunities provided by what you define as the positive attributes that far outweigh the challenges we have. Honorable members, allow me to articulate and to present to you the vision of our province, well presented by Premier David Makura in the last 2 years, a vision that we call transformation, modernization, and the reindustrialization of Gauteng as an internationally competitive city region. In this regard, Honorable President, our province has achieved a lot thus far in the last 2 years that we have been in office. Firstly, we have presented to our people what we call the TMR perspective, that is the transformation, modernization, and reindustrialization perspective. We can say without any doubt that the overwhelming majority of the people in our province, the key role players in the economy, have all expressed in the most popular and in the most resonating way, welcoming the TMR strategy in our province. We are very glad that the TMR constitutes a point of hope for the overwhelming majority of our people. Secondly, Honorable President, we have built a relationship of trust with our communities. This we did by establishing what we call the Ntirisano Service Delivery War Room. To this extent, Honorable President, there are independent research organizations that have confirmed that we have stabilized politically the province of Gauteng. We have significantly reduced the number of protests, especially sustained violent protests in our province. Our province is very stable, Honorable President. Thirdly, we have created technical capacity within organs of the state, working with our municipalities to make sure that we promptly respond to the challenge that you have outlined of that of a radical turnaround of our economy. As we speak, Honorable President, Gauteng province has completed integrated planning with our municipalities to make sure that we roll out the TMR perspective across all our municipalities and what we call as 5 corridors of development. Honorable members, let me also, whilst appreciating that Premier David Makura will on Monday lead the rest of the province in outlining all the packaged projects for a radical economic transformation, let me just share with you 2 most important key infrastructure projects that we will still be rolling out. In the Western Corridor, in the Western region, we have a project which we are going to launch, the first post-apartheid city in the area known as Severfontein. This is the first democratic post-apartheid city that will make an impact in the city of Johannesburg, Western area, Randfontein municipalities, Merafong, and Mohali City local municipality. Now, Honorable President, we would like to invite government at all levels to partner with us to make sure that we realize the first post-apartheid city led by the democratic government. The second major project we have is what we call the Kopanum Precinct. This is a multi-billion project investment to revitalize the inner city of Johannesburg. Working with the city and private sector, we are going to invest in revitalizing and renewing the inner city of Johannesburg. And we are definitely sure, Honorable President, that this mega infrastructure project will turn around the economy of Gauteng. Allow me, Honorable President, to also say, as part of the TMR in our province, we would like to invite you and, of course, the rest of the cabinet to engage with the province on a concept of the township economy. More often when we talk about township economy, people mistakenly believe that we are talking about minor interventions that will have no bearing on the outlook of the spatial legacy of apartheid in our townships. I must say, we as the provincial government of Gauteng, working with our municipalities, we are going to leverage the government's infrastructure investment portfolio to make sure that we radically turn around and change the balance sheet, expand the property assets of our township, and in that way, we are quite sure that we will create people's property as a source of people's power. Now, let me conclude, Honorable President, by welcoming a very important intervention you made. You have actually invited Parliament to consider open quote, a big expenditure item that would like to persuade
Chair.
Parliament to consider.
Honorable Chair.
Is the main
Honorable
maintenance.
Mama Bolo, please take your seat. Honorable Zulu. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Would the member take a question? Honorable Mama Bolo, are you prepared to take a question?
Yes, Honorable Chair, I'm prepared
Honorable
to take a
Zulu,
question.
he is prepared to take a question. Thank you very much. Honorable Mama Bolo, I'd like to ask you a question as to what would you say to the people of South Africa about the dishonorable, despicable behavior of the members of this House who continue to insult, disrespect, agitate against the President of the country? What would you say to that? Order. Order. Honorable Mama Bulu, you are on the podium.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for a very profound question, which I'm quite sure that worries many of the people of our country. But let me say that from the point of view of our province, we are deeply concerned and very much worried about the emergence of extremely backward, neo-fascist and racist tendencies that are degenerating the capacity of this House to serve our people. We have observed that there are people who have made it their daily business. These are fanatics of violence, of racism, that have got nothing to offer in this House. All what they provide is insults and violence. The majority of our people may not have the opportunity to express themselves, but they will, during the next local government elections, they will send them to the dustbin of history, as it happened with many fanatics of violence. So we are very much pleased that history will treat them exactly the same way that it has treated the same people with the same tendencies, and we are confident that we'll move forward. Let me conclude, honorable members, by saying that the province of Gauteng is ready, Honorable President, using our infrastructure investment portfolio to host what will be the first democratically constructed real people's parliament, which I hope, President, will come to the province of Gauteng. We are pleased to say, consistent with the character of what we have said in the province of mega human settlement.
Honorable Mama Bulu, please take your seat. Honorable Julius.
Chair, I just wanted to know whether Honorable Mama Bulu will take a question on the whereabouts of the Premier of Gauteng, whether he will not...
Honorable Julius, that's not a question. Honorable Mama Bolo, please continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Let me say that, honorable members, our province is ready to make sure that we host you. Remember that Gauteng has been declared the best province to work and to live in. We are ready, Honorable President, that you come to Gauteng, and we will build the best, most beautiful parliament whose look and feel will make sure that honorable members will be ashamed to disrupt, to throw insult into the House. The quicker and faster you move, President, our province is ready. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Chairperson.
The Honorable Davis.
Chairperson, just on a point of order.
Honorable Davis, please take a seat.
I didn't want to interrupt the previous speaker nor the current one. The point you just ruled on, I'm yet to be in this House when a person asks a question and it's ruled as not a question. The procedure is normally to ask the speaker whether or not they will take a question. Since when does the presiding officer decide on the content of a question?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Please take your seat.
Could you reply to me, please?
Please take your seat.
I would like a reply, please.
Please take your seat.
I have raised a point of order.
You did.
You need to
Take
rule.
your seat so that I can respond to you. Order, members. Honorable Julius did ask to put a question to the honorable member who was on the podium. The question he put to the member on the podium was to ask the member to speculate as to where his premier was, and I disallowed that question. Honorable Davis, please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Today, as we debate the state of the nation, we stand in solidarity with the 8.3 million South Africans without jobs. And we recognize the role that education can play in job creation and redressing the legacy of the past. As the Supreme Court of Appeal said last year, basic education is the primary driver of transformation in South Africa. And yet, last week, in his State of the Nation address, President Zuma said nothing about basic education. Nothing. We spend 203 billion rand per annum on basic education. It is the biggest item in the line. It is the biggest line item in the budget. But the president had nothing to say about it. The matric results released last month showed a national decline from 75% to 70%, but the president said nothing. Every province, except for the Western Cape, performed worse than the previous year, but the president said nothing. And there were 22 schools across the country that recorded a pass rate of 0%. Imagine that, a school where not one learner passes. But the president remained silent. Madam Chairperson, the president was silent on Thursday because he is not in charge of education. Minister Motshekga is not in charge of education. In most provinces, the MECs are not in charge of education. Because in most parts of the country, it is the South African Democratic Teachers Union, SADTU, that is in charge of education. 3 weeks ago, Madam Speaker, we visited rural schools in KwaZulu-Natal. Now, government officials there, they told us how SADTU teachers, they drop their own children off at former Model C schools in the morning, and then they go on strike for the day, depriving other people's children of an education. One district director described it as, and I quote, the highest level of cruelty. We heard how in the Ugu district, there was no teaching for 7 months over the last 2 years because of a dispute between SADTU and a district director. 7 months, no teaching. Is it a wonder that KwaZulu-Natal was the worst performing province? We visited Bekesizwe High School in the Umzinyathi district. We heard how teachers go on holiday 2 weeks before the term ends, and they come back 2 weeks after the term starts. And they get away with it. At Dumapansi Secondary, 146 learners have written matric maths in the last 3 years, but not one learner has passed. And guess what? Not one teacher has been fired for underperformance. The reason for the high failure rate in the province was summed up by a district director who told us, and I'm quoting him, our teachers are not teaching. That's the bottom line. Organized labor has taken over the system. Until we correct that, we are wasting our time. Now, there are many, many hardworking and dedicated teachers who can't. There are many hardworking and dedicated teachers in our country, and we pay tribute to them. But we have to be honest about this. There are too many teachers who can't teach, and there are too many teachers who won't teach. And they are never held to account because they are members of SADTU, and SADTU is an alliance partner of the ANC. Madam Chairperson, Minister Motshekga will soon table the so-called Jobs for Cash report in this House. It has taken nearly 2 years for the task team to complete its work, but we have reason to believe that the wait was worth it. The report will show how SADTU-aligned officials arranged teaching posts for SADTU members in exchange for cash. It will show how SADTU has captured six of the 9 provincial government departments, 6 of them under control of SADTU. It will show that in these provinces, SADTU runs a protection racket, where underperforming teachers are protected because they are members of SADTU. It will show how SADTU uses militancy to exert pressure on its members to be unionists first and professionals second. The conclusion is clear. For SADTU bosses, loyalty to the union is prized over loyalty to the children of this country. And if you're a SADTU member looking for a promotion, it's better to be on the streets picketing than in the classroom teaching. President Zuma, we know this is a difficult time for you. And we know you need all the friends in the alliance you can get. But if you won't put South Africa first, at least put the children of this country first. Break your silence. Break your silence on Thursday. Tell us what you will do to smash the SADTU protection racket so that we can improve the education of every child in our country. I thank you.
Thank you, sir. The Honorable Godi.
Madam Chair, Comrade President, comrades and honorable members. The APC represents a historical, political and ideological current of Africanism. As the torchbearers of Africanism, the APC represents a continuum of the likes of Anton Lembede and A.P. Mda, Robert Sobukwe, and that erudite Africanist intellectual Peter Aboroko. Africanism, as understood and articulated by the APC, is Pan-Africanistic in scope, socialistic in content, humanistic in orientation, and creative in purpose. Chair, I stand here in memory of the late Robert Mangalisi Sobukwe, a great patriot and outstanding leader who passed away on the 27th February 1978, whose life and legacy the APC celebrates throughout the month of February. Through force of example, his personal integrity, he serves as an embodiment of the best product of the liberation movement, of leadership and our responsibility to our people. As he said, completely subjugating the self and having a consuming love for our people. Comrade President, we concur with you, racism is backward and hateful. Let's take from Sobukwe's teaching that there is only one race, the human race to which we all belong. This is what can save us from the racism that the majority of white South Africans and the xenophobic statements from one political party in this House. The APC is concerned about the persistent high unemployment levels, poverty and inequality affecting the majority of our people. Whilst to appreciate the unfavorable international economic environment, the APC believes that in this situation, taking the historical context, the state must enhance its role in the economy. 22 years later, private capital has failed this democracy. The state must have the courage and determination to lead. The grinding poverty of our people is a crisis that requires bold state action. Freedom must have material meaning to the lives of our people. We must never get used to the poverty and hardships of our people. As Lenin said, no amount of freedom can satisfy the hungry masses. The African people deserve better. I thank you.
Thank you, sir. The Honorable Mtimunyi.
Madam Chair of the NCOP, I want to correct one thing. SADTU is not aligned to the ANC. It is COSATU that is aligned to the ANC. I hope the poor member of the DA gets his politics correct. The second point I want to correct.
Order. Don't drown the speaker on the podium.
Exam results fluctuate all the time from province to province. We have seen that over the years. In 2014, we had Free State leading the country in terms of math, and we never blew our own trumpet about it. And the Western Cape, therefore, is no exception. We can only congratulate you. because we are not jealous as the ANC. Madam Chair of the NCOP, change does not simply involve the slow and continuous increase or decrease in growth. At a certain point, new qualities emerge as a sharp rupture with the past and a leap into the future. The foregoing has been the political situation in South Africa in terms of the first phase of our democratic transition from apartheid and colonialism to a national democratic society. In the same vein, why not gainsaying the challenges we face, the second phase, whose focus is on economic transformation for the reversal of the ligas of colonialism of a special type, should demonstrate a quantitative incremental change culminating into a qualitative leap. It is without doubt, Madam Chair, that the statutory pillars of apartheid or colonialism were felt by the adoption of the new Constitution of 1996. What is a critical significance with the Constitution is that in Section 9, Sub 2, entrenches substantive equality and further privileges for justifiable socio-economic rights. It is noteworthy that while a positive obligation is cast on the state to promote and fulfill the rights as contained in the Bill of Rights, substantively, equality in this respect cannot be removed from economic redress imperatives. The state is empowered by the Constitution to take measures designed to advance persons disadvantaged by unfair discrimination of the past. Madam Chair, the ANC-led government is pursuing economic transformation as inspired by the vision of the Freedom Charter and its second transition document, that the people shall share in the wealth of the country. There has been advances made in the provision of essential services to the people, but the structure of the economy remains largely untransformed with monopolies abusing their dominance over small enterprises and sometimes driving them completely out of the market or into bankruptcy through anti-competitive practices that are well known by themselves, and you represent those. It is still correct to contend, Madam Chair, that the major part of the economy remains in private hands. The ANC, it is therefore committed to employment, creating economic growth and protecting the rights to fair labor practice. The state is being capacitated to have less reliance on tendering, but deliver the essential services by the people, to the people by itself. Economic development priorities favors locally companies, cooperatives, and social forms of ownership. There is an intention to ensure beneficiation of primary goods, including strategic minerals in the country. State-owned enterprise and development finance institutions are being strengthened to ensure that they play a key role in economic development and facilitating service delivery. Madam Chair, economic transformation requires steps that effect quantitative change towards a qualitative leap into which prosperity is equitably distributed across racial and gender lines. To achieve economic equity, South Africa requires that steps be taken to transform the structure of the economy to render it broader and more inclusive. In transforming the structure of the economy, the developmental state must consolidate and advance development and ensure a better life for all in South Africa that truly belongs to all who live in it, black or white. The fact is the economy of the country remains in the control of private hands, which is dominantly expatriate capital, with 70% of the economy in the private hands, by extension implies that there can be little economic transformation without private sector cooperation. However, the private sector appears more driven by profit accumulation than it is by social transformation imperatives. The ANC, by character, is biased to the poor and the working class. However, the obtaining conditions at national and global spheres by far requires the ANC government to be more cautious in advancing economic transformation. The vexing question, therefore, Madam Chair, is whether the ANC is expediting the full emancipation of our people from colonialism of a special type legacy. Indeed, the dialectical nature of the ANC character, being the disciplined force of the left, that neither bows to the market forces dictating that everyone should care only for themselves, nor embrace adventuristic antics of extreme left, that that seek immediate obliteration of capitalism. Madam Chair, South Africa's role in the global arena extends beyond economic diplomacy to creating a more just and equitable world order. The ANC-led South African government secures national interest while contributing in building an integrated African economy through, amongst others, regional economic integration. The Freedom Charter envisages peace and friendship amongst nations through social justice. It is in pursuit of this noble goal, Madam Chair, that the ANC-led government continues to build a strong South-to-South relations and promoting North-to-South relations while advocating for transformation of global economic transformation like the World Bank, the World Trade Organization, and the International Monetary Fund. Madam Chair, South Africa and other African countries are in the process of transforming their economies from being dominantly reliant on export of raw materials to efficiently beneficiating their primary goods to prop up their export value. There is thus gradual economic growth and development in the continent, albeit from a low base for some countries. It should, however, be highlighted that some parts of the continent are politically unstable, owing in the main to extremism, terrorism, and external interference in the domestic affairs. The ANC believes, therefore, Madam Chair, that there can be no meaningful economic development without peace and stability. Hence, our government involvement in peacekeeping and peacemaking missions on the continent. South Africa is a member of a number of international bodies seeking to foster economic development across the globe. The balance of forces in bodies like the Bretton Woods Institution, which include the IMF and the World Bank, remain heavily tipped in favor of developed countries. However, South Africa and other member states have not relented in advancing interests of developing countries. South Africa, Madam Chair, has concurrently been strengthening South African South-to-South relations, more especially through its membership of the BRICS countries. The BRICS countries have now launched the BRICS Development Bank to avail funds for developing nations to advance their development agenda. The Development Bank is critical to funding infrastructure development to extend affordable and accessible services to the majority of citizens, both permanent and temporary residents of developing countries. Infrastructure development is also aimed at facilitating better conditions of business and thus stimulating economic growth and, by extension, employment creation and poverty eradication. Madam Chair, South Africa's membership of the International Labour Organization enjoins it only to promote favorable employment conditions and ensure fair labor practices, but also to promote the creation of decent employment. In this regard, South Africa has an obligation to ensure that South African companies do not only observe fair labor practices when conducting business inside the country, but also that they do so even when conducting business in foreign countries. In other words, South African firms cannot pay living wage to South African workers whilst exploiting workers in or from other parts of the continent. I hope you tell your friends. Madam Chair, the people shall share in the wealth of the country, exclaimed the Freedom Charter editorially. The 53rd African National Congress conference acknowledges that significant progress has been made in meeting the basic needs of the people. That includes the growth of social wage and the provision of infrastructure. However, it further recognizes that the redistribution of economic assets and growing job-creating industries had been minimal. The ANC is committed to take resolute action to overcome the triple challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment, which are at the heart of South African socio-economic challenges. To this effect, Madam Chair, the ANC government is transforming the structure of the economy through industrialization as empowered by its policies such as the Black Industrialist Policy, IPAP, and many more. Madam Chair, the ANC most effective weapon in campaigning against poverty remains the creation of decent work, which itself requires faster and more inclusive growth. The triple challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality requires the accelerated growth to take place in the context of effective strategy of redistribution and build a new and more equitable growth path. Madam Chair, as I conclude, there is undoubtedly more to be done to achieve economic transformation and distribution of the economy. The ANC is therefore committed to ensuring that The people are emancipated from the legacy of colonialism of a special type. It is also committed to cooperate with labor and private sector to achieve employment, creating economic growth, and strengthen regional economic integration for more prosperous and a united Africa. Economic transformation is therefore an endeavor to realize social justice for the prosperous South Africa, in a better Africa and a better world. The ANC therefore pursues a better life for all South Africans while working for a better world order underpinned by equality and social justice. Madam Speaker, there exists therefore a basis on which we can say South Africa today is indeed better than yesterday. And there is hope that tomorrow will be better than today. My last point before I depart this podium, Chair, to last. Ubaba Malima wenze into elihlazo kabi. Mina la ngibuya khona siyawagcina amasiko. Siyawela thina. Sithi sikhamba nabo baba. It is mischievous and very derogatory of an African culture for Malima to come here and make a mockery out of it. Liyahlonishwa lela siko. You just don't speak about it anyway. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. The Chief Whip of the largest opposition party, the Honorable Steenhuisen.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. It was hardly surprising today that the ANC speakers list only came out a few moments before we came into the House. No doubt there was a lot of anxious coin tossing, drawing of straws, and nail-biting bouts of rock, paper, and scissors in the ANC caucus room to see who the poor souls were that would have to come out here today and defend this one man's indefensible behavior and his very poor speech yet again. But we did get some people out here, the B team admittedly. But we started, of course, with Rob Davies, the minister. More excuses, more hand-wringing, more apologies. It's not our fault. We're buffeted by outside forces. Snake oil indeed, when one looks at the mismanagement that his department has affected over AGOA and other key job-creating agreements that we have. He comes here and expects us to come and grovel before his mighty feet because he's fixing Eskom. Well, who broke it in the first place? Your government, your policies, your inefficiency. You mess it up and expect us to be grateful. He goes on about the NDP. Now, let me tell you something, colleagues. He doesn't even believe in the NDP. And he expects us to think he's going to implement it in his department. The 9-point plan, the very self 9-point plan that led to a 74% drop in foreign direct investment last year, Minister Davies. He spoke a lot today about iron and steel. Well, let me tell you something, when it comes to the ANC, they iron over the problems and steal all the money. But you don't have to take my word for it. I'd like to quote the Lord of Latuli House, Mr. Gwede Mantashe. I quote, "Of great concern are the NEC members who are either charged or have pending cases of corruption against them. As the numbers of these comrades grows, we will be unable to sustain the technical argument of innocent until proven guilty, an admission from your own people." And he comes here with his hocus-pocus economics and voodoo tricks to try and trick us that the BMW deal is something to celebrate. What he doesn't say is they've withdrawn the 3 Series, which sells 3 times the models of the X5, and replaced it with the X5. Get real. That's snake oil indeed. But you know what? I'd like to quote Lennon as well, the Honorable Gordy did. Except I want to quote John Lennon. And he wrote a song called The Nowhere Man, and it goes something like this. He's a real nowhere man, sitting in his nowhere land, making all his nowhere plans for nobody. Isn't that Minister Davies? We then had the Premier of the Eastern Cape. I see he's done a hit and run. Weakest province. How low can the bar go that this is the best that you can bring to the House today? The worst performing province in education, a pass rate of only 56%. Mud schools, no furniture, 45% unemployment, 46% of the national bucket toilets on his watch in his province. He comes in his Breitling watch, flashing it at the podium, and expects to fool us. Abantu bayokobona. Then, the Deputy Minister of Minerals and Energy. Working for Minister Gupta must be hard.
Poor man's still trying to work out how he got appointed or why he's here. He came here with slogans. But you know things are getting really bad when you duff up your own slogans at the podium. You've botched the MPRDA. But I want to say, I do agree with you, Honourable Oliphant. We do find common cause with you. You're absolutely right. The ANC has produced a lot of nuts. And given the fact that mining investment fell by 74% last year, I'm not surprised you want to come here and talk about macadamias instead of minerals. The Minister, Hanekom, shame. Shame. Another Planet Zuma inhabitant, clearly. Forgets to talk about his tourism-killing visa regulations that he sat on his hands on. Isn't it shame? He could stand up against apartheid, but he cannot stand up against President Zuma. This mighty man reduced to being processing the visas to Planet Zuma. Honourable Mama Bolo, we know why the Premier of the Gauteng province isn't here today. We know. We know why he sent you. He shuffled you to infrastructure from COGTA because of your poor performance. Even your own party doesn't trust you, but you're here today. And frankly, your corny duet with the minister there was so stage managed, it was like a cheap soap opera, and about as credible as President Zuma on the economy. But let me answer your question, Honourable Julius. The reason the Premier of Gauteng province is not here today is because he hates President Zuma. And he is in his province doing what South Africans across the length and breadth of this country are doing, and that's plotting to get this president out of office and rescue this country. That's where the Premier was today. Honourable Mtamunye, thank you very much. It was like reading a copy of the Business Day all over again. Not much substance there, I'm afraid. But you know what? We've seen this week how the President has thrown the ANC caucus under the bus. So instead of the struggle songs that we're going to hear going into the local government elections, I bet you they're taking lessons on the wheels on the bus. Go round and round, round and round, round and round. Because your own President threw the whole lot of you under the bus. We now know why you guys bought those very large buses that don't fit anywhere in Port Elizabeth. You needed something big enough, President, to throw your caucus under. But let me now say, there's a speaker who's going to come up here next. We know the venom and vitriol that's on its way to this podium. But let's talk about the first person in this parliament that got thrown under the bus by President Zuma in his defense of Nkandla. Anyone know who it was? It was our former Speaker, Max Sisulu, an honourable man, a deeply honourable man who has the respect of everybody in this house. And he made the cardinal error. He made the cardinal error of putting this parliament first, his duty to the Constitution first, something all of you have failed at, and called for an investigation into Nkandla. And what happened to him? He got thrown under the bus. And isn't it ironic that the last person up today is defending the first person that got thrown under the bus, and she has something very familiar in common with him. The truth of the matter is, the ANC caucus has lost all credibility. And I leave you with the words of Dante, who said, and I quote, that the darkest places in hell are reserved for those who maintain their neutrality in times of moral crisis. Shame on you.
The Honourable, the Minister of Human Settlements. Order, members.
Honourable Chairperson, to the esteemed Chief Clown here who's just left the podium. Yes, indeed, I have something in common with the man that you describe as the former Speaker, Max Sisulu, and that is honor. That is something that we have in common. Madam Chairperson, Mr. President, honorable members, on a sober note, I wanted to start off by honoring the valor of a young South African woman, Thembi Nkadimeng Simelane, who for 20 years worked tirelessly to track down the brutal apartheid killers of her sister Nokuthula Simelane. She has finally won the right to have the killers of Nokuthula, who operated as an ANC underground operative in Swaziland, prosecuted. Thembi was only 9 years old when her sister was heinously murdered. And we sit here and joke about everything else except that which is vital to our people, their dignity. The courage and bravery that she has displayed gives me hope, Mr. President, honorable members. It gives me hope that our young people will continue our struggle for justice and everything that we fought for. There is hope in the future when there is somebody like Thembi. We have overcome many obstacles. We will rule this country until all our people have a better life, until we have a truly non-racial society, until these benches all around here are packed with people who treasure our liberation and not trash it. We will get that society, and the ANC will still lead when we get that society. Those who came before us have bequeathed us with the simple tools to characterize this particular debate we've had today, one of them is this one. It's a tireless wisdom I'd like all of you to remember at all times when we have an occasion like this. And that it says, great minds discuss ideas. Average minds discuss events. Weak minds, vacuous minds discuss people. That's exactly what we have had here. It's exactly what we've had here. And I can add to that, not only are they vacuous and discuss people, they even have created planets of their own imagination, planet Zuma. That is the banality of these weak minds. Honorable members, the President presented here a solid roadmap for the current period that we're in through his SONA debate on Thursday. Not unexpectedly, the response to the President's SONA can be grouped into two camps. One, the anti-ANC, anti-Zuma brigade, which was predictable. This camp found nothing, saw nothing, heard nothing, learned nothing from SONA. This was exemplified by Honorable Maimane and Honorable Julius Malamba, who thankfully has left. The air is cleaner without them here. Or perhaps the second group, which is the most important group. These are the discerning citizens of this country. They not only listened, but they also read the State of the Nation address. The latter comprised mainly of investors, business people, economists, CEOs of companies, captains of industry, and ordinary citizens wanting to hear about the future of this country. Writing in Business Day on the 23rd of February in 2016, journalist Stuart Theobald speaks of many who in business were making sure that they understand what the President said. And this is what he has to say, I quote, "Senior business leaders had a 3-day meeting with senior government officials. The effects were clear in Mr. Zuma's speech. The speech promised much that business had been asking for, promoting South Africa as an investment destination." And I can continue. Indeed, while this is obvious to the broader business community and ordinary South African, the message sadly is lost to all this anti-Zuma brigade that you find on this side. Completely lost. Given the past experience, I did not hold my breath or expect that perhaps sense would predominate in this debate. What we've heard from Kortbroek and whatever it is, Kortbroek, Trollip, and everybody else, is taking this country nowhere whatsoever.
Honorable Minister, please take your seat. Honorable Member.
Chairperson, on a point of order, it's the Honorable Trollip. We don't refer to each other in the way that this minister does.
Your point is sustained, sir. Honorable Minister, we have Honorable Trollip.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought he said Honorable Korbrook. No? No? Okay. Okay. Okay.
Order, members.
Okay. The point is made, Honorable Trollip. All we have heard today are the same repetitions of moans and groans, which within the grasp of everyone here is completely outside the grasp of the Western Cape province. Here where we are now is poverty, inequality, racial tensions of the highest nature, right here in the Western Cape. Now, Maimane comes here and tells us his grand plan. Honorable Maimane, he comes here and he tells us of his grand plan of how to fight gangsterism. It's been the worst here in the Western Cape. Why have they not done anything about it? Right here. For us, therefore, the responses from the private sector, from BASA, from SACI, and ordinary citizens were very encouraging and supportive of the measures announced by the President. And here today, we are also very pleased to have had supportive and constructive statements from honorable leaders like Honorable Buthelezi and Honorable Godi over there. Yes. Honorable Nkwinting once coined a phrase, honorable members, and said, Mr. President, we are moving. Siyakuba. But now we've gone beyond that in our delivery. We are sailing on. Sometimes it is on rough water, but our mast is aligned to the wind. We are doing exceptionally well in some areas, and it is time that we boldly take credit for what we have been able to achieve. I want to give you one example. In his address on the occasion of the Sunday Times Literary Awards, Justice Edwin Cameron provides a lucid, objective assessment of the performance of our political dispensation. And he notes, I quote, "Our policy is boisterous, rowdy, sometimes cacophonous, and often angry. That much is to be expected. But after nearly 2 decades, we have more freedom, more debate, more robust direct engagement with each other." He continues, most importantly, much has been achieved, perhaps more than those who tend to be very hostile, more than they would ever be able to realize. Almost all violent crime is down compared to 1994. The number of murder has almost halved. Government's housing program has put many millions of people into their homes. In 1994, just over half of households have had electricity. Now 85% do. In 1994, just more than 1/3 of 6-year-olds were in school. Now 85% are. The income of the average black family has increased by about 1/3. And though the system of social grants of totaling 120 billion every year is in place and does not cover everybody, it actually has afforded most of them some way out of poverty. Close quote. The long and short of Judge Cameron's message by those and those others is that we are on track. The wind blows behind our sails and we are sailing on. Justice Cameron's observation has been echoed by many other independent research institutions. This includes Goldman Sachs' appraisal of South Africa's 20 years, the World Bank, Fast Facts, which is a record of race relations. And one that I want to quote to all of you is this one. And it is entitled, the pamphlet is entitled, "They Huff and They Puff, but They Cannot Blow This House Down, Dealing with Human Settlements Policy." And these are the facts. In 1996, there were 300,000, sorry. In 1996, there were 3,400,000 families residing in formal housing. But by 2014, that number had increased to 9,400,000. Can you hear that? An increase of 6 million houses that have been provided by this government. Now, anybody to beat that? Nowhere in the world have you ever had a record to beat that. These are not my statistics. These are statistics from South African race relations. Mr. President, honorable members, it goes on. The view that the service delivery efforts of this government have failed and that the living standards are only a little better than they were 20 years ago is untrue, says Race Relations. On the contrary, service delivery, here specifically referring to housing, must be judged as a success story in many respects. We are sailing. We are sailing. Mr. President, he goes on to say that what we have achieved is an average of 912 families moving into a formal house per day since 1996. Honorable members, imagine this. Every day you go to bed, 912 African families have moved into a new house. I mean, we could never have outdone that anywhere at any other time except under the ANC government. Think about that. As you sit in your comfort, the poor, 912 of the poor move into a new house every night. What does Western Cape do? It sits, folds its arms as Mas Pumulele burns down. There is no emergency. It burns down every week. No emergency called up. Because it is not Clifton. It is not Bantry Bay. It is of no consequence to anybody. But what we do is make sure we can bring dignity to our people. We provide them with some social network. We are a product of the liberation struggle. And this is what we want to make sure that we leave in this house as we move on. We have created this democracy to ensure that our people no longer live with the scourge of inequality. We created this democracy in order that our people no longer live with racism. We created this democracy so that our people no longer live in poverty and humiliation. This is what defined us in 1994, and this is what defines us now. We stand here on the will of the people and do the best we can every day. Every day, the best we can, in the name of the African National Congress. It does not matter how hard you howl, how much you whinge on your grandstands. Our government and our policies have been lauded internationally, and where we have erred, we have acknowledged it. Not to try, we have. No, we have. This brings me to the issue. Honorable members. This brings me to the issue that relates particularly to the DA. And this is the issue of racism. We as the ANC were founded on the premise of making sure that the demon of the past is destroyed. We stand on the principle of non-racialism. The resolution of the race problem requires, amongst other things, that we understand racism from the perspective of the victim. Non-racialism presupposes respect for other people. It calls for understanding and the appreciation of other people's experiences. If we do not do that, we will be caught in a cycle of blame and political point scoring, which is what has been happening here. In a study, a US psychologist found that most whites refuse to acknowledge racial discrimination remains, and that it is widespread, and that especially is dominated in white-controlled workplaces, in company boardrooms, in law courts, in schools, and other places. For some, racism is limited to the extreme prejudices of some people who are in the extreme. No, it lives in each one of us. Those who've lived through legislated discrimination have in us vestiges of that racism. And if we deny it, it's because it lives larger than the next person. We could not have lived through apartheid and not have been affected by it. And if we don't acknowledge that, there is something very wrong, fundamentally wrong with us. I am aiming this at you, Honorable Maimane. Whenever experience of racial discrimination are not only painful and stressful, they also have a cumulative effect on individuals, their families, and communities. For the majority of whites, however, acts of discrimination and acts of violence are isolated events. As a result, whites, unfortunately, often feel that we tend to over-exaggerate, overreact some of these things. And they forget that blacks live with this on a day-to-day basis. We in the ANC have interrogated this matter and we have dealt with it over the years. We urge you to deal with the racism in your party, Honorable Maimane.
Honorable Minister, please take your seat. Honorable Mkwana Mashabane. Are you on a point of order, ma'am?
Is the
Order.
Honorable Minister prepared to take a question?
Honorable Minister, are you prepared to take a question?
Yes, I will.
Honorable.
As Honorable
Order, members.
Minister knows that South Africa has earned its own respect through the preamble of our constitution, if not the entire constitution. Would you say that the representation of people who voted for DA is reflective of who is seated here representing them today? Thank you.
Honorable Minister. Order. Order. Order, members. Honorable Minister.
The DA loves waving the Constitution at us at every step of the way and talk down to us as though they are talking to some school children. Indeed, the preamble of the Constitution deals with this matter. And indeed, the Constitution of the DA itself and the Cabinet of the Western Cape is a complete opposite of what the Constitution has declared for the Republic of South Africa. And it's of no consequence.
Speaker.
Honorable Minister, please take your seat. Honorable Member, yes?
Speaker, can I ask the Minister a question? Can I ask you a question?
Can I ask you to allow her to finish responding to this one and give you the opportunity? If the Minister will allow. Minister, will you take another question?
No, I will not.
Please continue, Minister. Order, members. Order. Please continue, Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. In an article entitled White Privilege Unpacking the Invisible Knapsack, the author links racism with privilege and self-interest. And she writes, and I quote, "As a white person, I've come to see white privilege as an invisible package of unearned assets, which I can count on cashing in each day, but about which I was meant to remain oblivious. White privilege is like an invisible, weightless knapsack of special provisions, maps, passports, code books, visas, clothes, tools, and blank checks." Close quote. That's how she has come to experience white privilege. In case most of you have not understood this, remove your knapsack, because this is what gives you the privilege that makes you sit there and be insensitive about the suffering of our people. Honorable Maimane, look very carefully at your party. The DA's success in making inroads in black society will be determined by vigorous soul-searching within your party of how we have overcome prejudices that were held by the whites, especially on your side, before we gave them the freedom that they have today. you will not make any inroads into black society, and you know that. You know that. Look very carefully at everybody that you have around you. And in fact, watch it. Madam Chairperson, we came here in 1994 and deliberately transformed a stifled exclusive parliament into a people's parliament with the intention of making it an institution that is owned by the people. We opened it up to live television, but we did not do this to make it a people's theater. What went on in this chamber on Thursday last week was nothing more than a disgraceful display of tantrums and theatrics. At the last analysis of the ratings of television programs, the parliamentary channel was rated as one of the most watched programs. That is very good for television, but we are not competing with idols here. Parliament was bound to be more vibrant because we have younger people, and we expected that it would be more vibrant. But we did not expect it to deteriorate to that level that it deteriorated to on Thursday. Worst of all, leading the pack is Honorable Lekota. Honorable Lekota is particularly disturbed. It is particularly disturbing that a man who has a background such as he has would have done what he did. He stands up and says, the courts have decreed A, B, C, D on the president, and he knows it is not true. Honorable Chair, I would like you to look at the records and in fact call Honorable Lekota to order, because what he said was not true and he knew it. And I'm very glad that the other hypocrites have moved out. And as I said, there are no insults being hurled except heckling from this side, also perhaps with a bit of acid insults in it as well. But the air is cleaner without them. In closure, we'd like to thank Honorable Buthelezi. Clearly, he's one of a few in the opposition leaders who actually listened to the speech. Honorable Buthelezi acknowledged what the president considered was what needed to be done, and he indicated that he was not too happy with our performance, that he considered that the president had indicated that he was not too happy with our performance. Honorable Buthelezi, we're equally very concerned about the drought. I'm glad that it was mentioned here, but tomorrow we will have Minister of Water Affairs, and she will deal with the issue of the scourge of the drought tomorrow. Thank you very much to Honorable Holomisa for the suggestion of an economic indaba resembling that of CODESA. The rest of Honorable Holomisa's ramblings are not worth mentioning here right now. It was just very much like him. Honorable Van Dam, we are seized with the matter of the youth, and I trust you are equally seized with the matter of your citizenship.
Point of order. No.
On a point of order, sir.
Point of order, sir.
What is your point of order, sir?
My point of order is that the statement that the Honorable Minister is derogatory about my leader. You don't talk like that about Holomisa. Not in this house. You don't do it.
Thank you, sir. Honorable members, I will look at Hansard and come back to rule on this matter. Please proceed, Honorable Minister.
May I just assist the Honorable Member? Holomisa is also my leader. He's also my leader. And what I said about him, I say to him as well. May I continue? I was indicating that I hope that Honorable Van Dam is equally seized with the matter of her citizenship in the same way as she's seized with the matter of the youth. Honorable Trollip, I'm glad that you mentioned Nelson Mandela. We're taking Nelson Mandela. I can assure you of that. Let me tell all honorable members, let me tell all honorable members what the latest poll is in Nelson Mandela. Danny Jordan received 47.8% ratings. And what did you get? 10%.
Order. Order. Order.
To conclude, Honorable Chairperson, I revert to where I began. Great minds discuss ideas. Average minds discuss events. And weak minds discuss people, which is what the DA has been doing right through this debate. Honorable Maimani has proved that he belongs to the latter category. As expected, he and his party offered no policy proposals or alternative. It only expressed its obsession of the hate of it and his hatred of the president. Let me say this to you, Honorable Maimani. White supremacy triumphs when it transforms a promising young black man with priestly pretensions to proclaim with pride his hatred for the president. That is when white supremacy triumphs. What we heard from you was howling and baying and with no dignity in it. It does not add any dignity. No country has ever been built on hatred, Honorable Maimani, Honorable Holomisa. In closing, great leaders like Nelson Mandela are exemplary not only because they never faced enormous obstacles, but because they were able to rise in spite of those hurdles. Let us find inspiration in their spirit of no surrender, Honorable President.
Point of order, Chairperson. Order. Order. Order, members. Order. This brings us to the end of the list of speakers for today. The debate will resume tomorrow. This concludes the business for the day, and the joint sitting is adjourned.